Chapter 1963. Qin put away the heavenly blade and took off the longbow from his back. As he slowly moved his right hand across the bow, a terrifying aura burst out from it, as if a seal had been unlocked. A loud dragon roar came from the bow and resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, the divine dragon bow was fully activated by Qin. The space in the sky began to distort, and the few clouds were immediately crushed. In the distorted space, a vast aura descended from the sky with a terrifying pressure that enveloped the purple smoke city. All the heaven-defying cultivators present knew this phenomenon very well. This was the sign that a heavenly weapon had been formed and was recognized by heaven and earth. However, it was different from the power of heaven and earth that they were used to seeing. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be stronger. The space distorted and formed a huge vortex in the sky. In the vortex, the origin energy of heaven and earth gradually condensed. Qin didn't pay attention to the changes in heaven and earth. After taking off the divine dragon bow, he held it with his left hand and grabbed the bowstring with his right hand. Essence chi surged in all directions, and a powerful aura spread out of the purple smoke city. Roar! As the divine dragon bow was drawn, an even louder dragon roar came out. An arrow appeared out of thin air. This wasn't an energy arrow, but a real heaven-grade arrow. The moment the arrows appeared, the pressure in the sky doubled once more. All of the foreign races in the city turned pale as they looked at the two black holes in the sky. That's right. As the arrow appeared, another black hole appeared in the sky. The energy of heaven and earth also condensed in that black hole. This change in heaven and earth not only made the heaven-defying cultivators' expressions change, but even Kun Te, who was standing in the sky, had a very ugly expression. Obviously, this wasn't a heaven-grade weapon, but a set of heaven-grade weapons made up of a bow and arrow. Kun Te, who had an ugly expression, felt an aura lock on him. It came from below. As he lowered his head, Kun Te's expression became gloomy. Qin had already aimed the heaven-grade longbow at him, and the aura lock came from the arrow. Whoosh! At this moment, the two heavenly soldiers had caused the world to change. Even a fool could tell that the next arrow was naturally extraordinary. Thus, Kun Te's figure flashed in the void, trying to break free from this aura lock. However, it was useless. Kun Te felt as if there was an invisible thread wrapped tightly around his body. He could not break free at all. Below, Qin had already drawn the longbow in his hand into the shape of a full moon, and in the sky, the origin power in the two black holes had also accumulated enough energy. Immediately afterwards, two loud dragon roars sounded, and two origin dragons descended from the sky. Buzz! The moment the origin dragon fell, Qin released the bowstring in his hand. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow shot directly at Kun Te. Looking at the incoming arrows and feeling the terrifying killing intent contained within them, Kun Te's expression changed drastically. His eyes flashed with panic, but there was also a hint of coldness in his eyes. Boom! Violent energy surged from Kun Te's body. This energy caused the pressure in the city to become even stronger. Countless outsiders collapsed to the ground because of the pressure. Black Demon Divine Shield. A cold voice resounded through the world. A pitch-black shield appeared in front of Kun Te. Runes appeared on the shield. These runes were swallowing and emitting demonic light, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Looking at the black shield that almost blocked half the sky, all the cultivators' faces were filled with deep shock. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the void, tore through space, and arrived in front of the black shield. The two types of energy, black and gold, began to clash, forming a terrifying energy ripple that spread out in all directions. Roar! During the clash, a demonic shadow appeared on the surface of the black shield. The demonic shadow roared forward with a ferocious expression. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the arrow turned into a true dragon. On the surface of the true dragon, there would occasionally be flashes of red light. Every time the red light appeared, the temperature of the entire world would increase out of thin air. A mere immature, heavenly soldier. Let's see what you can do to me. Seeing that the black shield blocked the arrow, Kuin-te couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Even if the energy lock was still there, it couldn't break through the black shield. It couldn't pose any threat to him at all. I heard that this black demon divine shield is a level 3 heavenly path technique. Seeing it today, its defense is indeed amazing. Yeah, the power of Zi-Chen's arrow can't be underestimated. But compared to this divine shield, it's a little weaker. What a pity. Such a powerful attack met with a powerful defense. However, Zi-Chen can force Kuin-te to use a level 3 heavenly path technique with just one arrow. It can be seen that Zi-Chen is also very powerful. A group of heaven-defying cultivators raised their heads to look at the two types of energy in a stalemate and exclaimed one after another. However, from their words, it was obvious that they were more optimistic about the level 3 heavenly path technique. Don't be happy too early. Zi-Chen smiled non-committally at the discussions of the people around him. Then he smiled coldly at Kuin-te, who was in the sky. Humph. My black demon divine shield is a level 3 heavenly path technique. It's not something you can break. A mocking smile appeared on Kuin-te's face as he proudly mocked Zi-Chen. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. In the sky, on the arrow that had transformed into a true dragon, specks of fiery red energy suddenly appeared. These specks of energy were like streams of water, all of them flowing towards the dragon's head. In the next moment, the true dragon turned into an arrow again. However, at the tip of the arrow, there was an explosive flame burning. This flame was abnormally hot, and the aura it emitted was as if it could destroy the world. This is the aura of heavenly fire. Feeling this aura, the expressions of all the heaven-defying cultivators changed drastically. They, who had heaven-grade weapons, knew very well that heavenly fire was indispensable to forge a heaven-grade weapon, and heavenly fire was said to be able to burn everything below the heavenly realm. Looking at the heavenly fire in front of the arrow, Kuin-te's expression also changed. On one hand, he poured a large amount of heaven-defying energy into the divine shield. On the other hand, he also hid his figure in another void. Puff! Facts proved that the heavenly fire was indeed powerful. It could destroy almost everything. The black shield was instantly pierced through, and then the arrow pierced through Kuin-te's illusory body. Looking at the arrow that turned into a stream of light and flew away, then looking at Kuin-te, who was gradually turning into a solid body in the sky, everyone let out a big sigh of relief. Zi-Chen's terrifying attack was finally easily dodged by Kuin-te. It didn't pose any threat to him. Kuin-te also thought so. The arrow pierced through his illusory body and the aura lock disappeared. But was that really the case? His gaze swept across the crowd and fell on Kuin-te. Zi-Chen revealed a mocking smile on his face. Looking at Zi-Chen's mocking expression, Kuin-te suddenly had a bad feeling. He subconsciously looked back in the direction of the arrow. He saw that the arrow that had already flown to the horizon just happened to encounter an origin dragon descending from the sky. The origin dragon landed on the arrow. On one hand, it recognized the arrow's identity and made the arrow a real heaven-grade soldier. On the other hand, it could be said that it poured new energy into the arrow, making it even more powerful and terrifying. Moreover, what the arrow locked on was not aura, but vitality. Like a divine dragon, it turned in the sky and once again turned into an arrow and shot towards Kuin-te. This time, whether it was the speed or power of the arrow, it was much stronger than before. As the arrow shot over, a huge pressure filled the world. In the city, many buildings were unable to withstand this pressure and collapsed one after another. Looking at the returning arrows, the entire city burst into cries of alarm. The heaven-defying cultivators who were in the field all lost their composure. The splendor that had just disappeared from Yi Qian's beautiful eyes bloomed again. Obviously, only an attack like this could make her take it seriously. Damn it, how could this be? As the target of the arrow, Kun Te was obviously flustered and exasperated. His face was full of panic. Looking at the arrow that was much more powerful than before, the black demon divine shield obviously did not have any effect. Moreover, the arrow's speed was much faster than before. Perhaps before the divine shield appeared, the arrow had already arrived in front of him. At this moment of life and death crisis, Kun Te gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He turned over his palm and saw that there was a palm-sized black fragment in the center of his palm. The fragment was not regular and looked like it was incomplete. However, as soon as it appeared, it filled the world with a violent pressure. This pressure was so strong that it enveloped the entire city. Feeling this aura, Zi Chen's expression immediately changed. This was because the fragment exuded the aura of a saint. Is that a saint tool? Everyone looked up at the black fragment that had separated from Kun Te's hand and was slowly floating in the sky. One by one, they exclaimed, "It's not a complete saint tool. It seems to be just a fragment of a saint tool." Someone exclaimed after seeing the fragment that was not regular, "I didn't expect Kun Te to have such a thing." While everyone was exclaiming, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a blazing light as she looked at the black fragment. She was indifferent to everything. Even when Zi Qian appeared in a domineering manner, she was only curious and did not have much of an emotional reaction. However, after seeing the black fragment of a saint tool, her mind shook violently. This is good stuff. Its aura is much stronger than that of a heavenly weapon. I must take it. Zi Qian also saw the black fragment and his eyes flashed. He made up his mind to take it. The black fragment exuded a powerful aura as it blocked the arrow. Clang! The two collided and produced an ear-piercing sound. This sound carried a powerful penetrating force and spread throughout the purple smoke city. After hearing this ear-piercing sound, many outsiders in the city fell down with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. At the same time, the shock wave of destruction spread in all directions. For a moment, with the point of collision as the center, the surrounding buildings were instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The powerful arrow seemed to have encountered a great resistance and was directly knocked away. However, after the black fragment neutralized the power of the arrow, it also flew into the distance. My fragment! Seeing the fragment fly back, Kun Te immediately chased after it. Chapter 1964. Kun Te had been in possession of the sacred relic fragment for a long time. This matter could be traced back to the previous invasion. His family had received information about the fragment, but the war ended early before they could ask for it. This time, when he invaded the Jianu continent, he followed the clues and found this family that had completely declined after the baptism of time and obtained the fragment immediately. Even Yi Qian did not know about this. At this moment, the sacred relic fragment had saved him from the danger of being killed, so he naturally wanted to get the fragment back. As he rushed forward, he saw Yi Qian also rising into the air. Kun Te's eyes immediately flashed with a cold glint, and he transmitted his voice to Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, that's mine." Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and she did not slow down at all. "Don't move, that thing is mine." Seeing that both Kun Te and Yi Qian were eyeing the sacred relic fragment, Zi Qian certainly would not let it go. With a cold shout, Zi Qian raised the Shenlong Bao in his hand, and the second origin dragon fell on the Shenlong Bao. The Shenlong Bao was recognized and was truly promoted to a heaven-defying weapon. A powerful aura emanated from the Shenlong Bao. Zi Qian pulled the bao again. As the Shenlong Bao was pulled to a full moon, an arrow that absorbed the essence of the surroundings and the heaven-defying energy in Zi Qian's body appeared on the Shenlong Bao. Buzz! After the arrow was released, Zi Qian quickly released another arrow. The target of the first arrow was Kun Te, and the target of the second arrow was Yi Qian. After releasing the 2 arrows, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi-Chen's back. A mysterious power spread out, and Zi-Chen displayed the fastest speed in the world as he rushed toward the sacred relic fragment. "Damn it, don't steal my stuff." Seeing that Zi-Chen was also following him, Kuntai was furious. With a roar, he propped up a heaven-defying energy defense around his body. In the face of the power of the arrow coming at him at high speed, he would rather take the blow head-on and take out the fragment. Boom! Unfortunately, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the power of Zi-Chen's arrow. As the energy arrow exploded on the surface of Kuan-Ti's body, Kuan-Ti let out a blood-curdling scream and coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Because of the life lock, Yi-Qian couldn't avoid this arrow either. However, her expression remained calm in the face of this arrow. Before she blocked it, she waved her sleeve and sent out a burst of energy. After this energy left her body, it instantly turned into a spirit snake and quickly blocked Zi-Chen's path. It wrapped around Zi-Chen's body. Caught off guard, Zi-Chen was hit and his body was stopped in the air. Seeing the energy surrounding him, Zi-Chen snorted coldly. The energy around him surged as he tried to shake off the energy. However, the tenacity of this energy was beyond Zi-Chen's expectations. Even after 2 consecutive shocks, he was still unable to break through this energy. "Open for me." Zi-Chen's expression became slightly solemn. He mobilized the heaven-defying energy. The essence of this energy was destruction. As the destructive energy surged, the energy that wrapped around his body broke apart inch by inch. As soon as his body broke free, Zi-Chen saw Yi-Qian walk out of the violent energy unscathed. Coincidentally, she also saw Zi-Chen. Both of them were slightly startled. To be able to pass through unscathed, her strength was somewhat beyond Zi-Chen's expectations. Judging from the current situation, Yi-Qian was much stronger than Kuan-Ti. After seeing Yi-Qian easily block Zi-Chen's arrow, the heaven-defying cultivators who were watching the battle from below also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They were fond of Yi-Qian because of her special identity. In reality, they had never seen Yi-Qian in action. This was the first time, and they didn't expect Yi-Qian to give them such a big surprise. Never having fought before didn't mean that she didn't know how to fight. Seeing Zi-Chen so easily neutralize her attack, surprise flashed across her eyes. Yi-Qian raised her hand and shot out another energy. This energy once again transformed into a nimble green snake and coiled around Zi-Chen. Buzz! A special fluctuation emitted from Zi-Chen's body. The speed of the approaching green snake was greatly reduced. Zi-Chen's figure flashed and easily swept past it. After sweeping past it, Zi-Chen went straight for the Saint Artifact fragment. In terms of speed, no one in the world dared to claim to be the fastest. Therefore, among those at the same level, Zi-Chen's speed was the fastest. Yi-Qian obviously noticed this. She raised her hand and waved out a green energy. This energy immediately transformed into thousands of small green snakes and surrounded Zi-Chen from all directions. Buzz! Looking at the nimble green snakes in all directions, Zi-Chen coldly smiled. A golden energy shield formed around his body. He once again drew the divine dragon bow until it was fully drawn. Previously, the divine dragon arrow was shaken and didn't appear on the divine dragon bow. But now, the divine dragon arrow had returned. The surface of its body flashed with the light of heavenly fire, and a powerful aura was released. Zi-Chen didn't hesitate to release the arrow. The arrow locked onto Yi-Qian's life. Facing Zi-Chen's arrow, all the heavenly realm experts in the world would change their expressions. Even Yi-Qian, who had a calm expression, had to turn around to face this arrow. While the green energy around his body formed a defensive barrier, Yi-Qian's gentle voice rang out in the air. Snatching something from a weak girl like me, and using such a vicious method. Zi-Chen, you have truly made this little girl sad. Zi Chen didn't reply because he realized that the green energy released by Yi Qian was very strange. It wasn't a pure heaven-defying energy, but its quality was relatively high. It was only second to his pure, heaven-defying, destructive energy. Golden light surged, forming energy fluctuations. Zi Chen wanted to force his way through these green energy snakes, but the latter entangled him in layers and forcibly prevented Zi Chen from moving forward. Break! With a loud shout, Zi Chen raised his hand and slashed down. The blade light formed by the pure, heaven-defying destructive energy slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the green energy was cut into pieces. The blade light was very fast, and the effect was very obvious. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. It quickly dissipated, but the green energy didn't stop. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, Zi Chen quickly slashed out 2 more times. All the green energy was split into 2 by Zi Chen. They lost their spiritual power and scattered. Rushing out of the green energy, Zi Chen's expression became dignified as he looked at Yi Qian, who was in a slightly sorry state but had resolved his arrow. He had always believed that he was the strongest among the heaven-defying cultivators, and facts had proven that no one could beat him. However, after fighting with Yi Qian today, Zi Chen could see that the other party wasn't weaker than him. Yi Qian was also surprised by Zi Chen's appearance. Although she didn't fight with others, she was still very confident in her own combat strength. Even the publicly recognized heaven-defying cultivator would find it very difficult to deal with her unique energy attack. She didn't expect Zi Chen to resolve it so easily. The 2 of them had their own thoughts, and they were both very surprised. Below, when they saw that Yi Qian wasn't any weaker than Zi Chen, cheers continued to ring out. They didn't expect Yi Qian to be the strongest existence in the field. Landing on the ground, Kente, who was coughing up blood and injured, was in complete despair. However, when he saw the 2 people still in a stalemate in the sky, hope reignited in his eyes. Now he had made up his mind. As long as he took back the Saint Relic fragment, he would immediately flee far away and never provoke Zi Chen or Yi Qian again. The idea was beautiful, but it was undoubtedly much more difficult to succeed. In the sky, Zi Chen, who was fighting with Yi Qian, saw Kente take the opportunity to fly up and shot another arrow. The power of this arrow was extraordinary. Kente shouted and summoned the Black Demon Divine Shield. He also knew that the Black Demon Divine Shield could only block the arrow for a moment, so he sped up and rushed forward. Puff! Who knew that the Black Demon Divine Shield couldn't block the arrow for even a moment? It was instantly pierced by the arrow and shot into the back of Kente's heart. The powerful force caused the arrow to fly away with Kente. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The arrow didn't return, and it was unknown whether Kente was dead or alive. Zi Chen, this thing is very useful to me. Can you give it to me? Yi Qian, who didn't want to fight with Zi Chen, couldn't help but beg. She put on a pitiful look. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, I have too many enemies. I just happen to need this thing to save my life." This Saint Relic fragment had extraordinary defense. After obtaining it, it would be a life-saving item. However, Zi Chen wasn't a fool. Kente desperately wanted to take it back, and Yi Qian also wanted it. Obviously, this thing might have more than just defensive uses. The Saint Relic fragment floated in the air, exuding saint aura. Zi Chen and Yi Qian fought for it. The many heaven-defying cultivators below were relatively close to the Saint Relic fragment in the sky. However, with Kente as an example, no one dared to act rashly. Perhaps Kente didn't die after taking the arrow, but if they were hit by Zi Chen's arrow, they would die without a doubt. Yi Qian's method was very unique. Although she couldn't defeat Zi Chen, she could stop Zi Chen. For a time, Zi Chen also couldn't get the fragment. "I'll stop him. Someone help me get the fragment." With Zi Chen holding back, Yi Qian couldn't get the fragment at all. Moreover, Yi Qian had already sensed that Zi Chen was very strong. If this continued, the fragment would definitely be taken by Zichen. Therefore, I Chien asked for help. When a beauty spoke, there were naturally people who responded. A guy who thought he was strong immediately said, "I'll go." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sense of danger. Then, an arrow pierced through the air and instantly pierced his body, obliterating his vitality. The expressions of the other heaven-defying cultivators changed greatly, and they immediately retreated. Originally, they had already retreated to the edge of the courtyard. However, as more than half of the city was destroyed, the courtyard no longer existed. They had more places to retreat to. Swoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out and went straight for the Saint Relic fragment. I Chien raised her hand and shot a beam of energy at the black shadow. The charging black shadow suddenly turned back halfway and returned to the ground, turning into a black tiger. Its red eyes glanced at I Chien, and a faint smile flashed in its eyes. The black tiger's faint made I Chien realize that something was wrong. When she turned back again, the golden energy around Zichen had completely gone berserk. It forcibly broke through the blocking energy, and the world's extreme speed caused the surrounding space to slightly pause. I Chien's energy once again became slower, and Zichen smoothly passed through. Chapter 1965. Although he said sorry, Zichen's expression clearly showed that he was showing off. I Chien stomped her feet in anger and embarrassment. The void trembled 3 times, and cracks spread out from under her feet. To be able to make the goddess in everyone's hearts reveal such a feminine side, the heaven-defying experts were all dumbfounded. They could see that Zichen had really angered her. This also proved that this thing was very useful to I Chien. It was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea, and her mood was unpredictable. This saying was true for I Chien. In the next moment, her angry and embarrassed expression disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. That indifferent expression made it seem like she didn't care that Zichen had obtained the Saint Artifact fragment at all. I Chien smiled at Zichen and said softly, "You only know how to snatch. Do you know what this thing is?" "I'd like to hear the details." Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "If my guess is correct, this should be the legendary shield." "Legendary shield? What kind of shield?" Zichen was stunned and asked in confusion. "The only shield. It has no other name. According to legend, this shield has an extremely strong defense. Nothing in the world can break through it," I Chien said as she looked at the irregular Saint Artifact fragment in Zichen's hand. At this moment, the remaining aliens and heaven-defying experts in the city were all looking up at the sky, quietly listening to the conversation between the 2 people in the air. "What kind of joke is this? Nothing in this world is absolute. This is a broken thing. Even if it's a shield, it's still a broken shield." Zichen shook his head as he played with the shard in his hand that did indeed look like a shield. "There are many reasons why a shield is broken, but they are only temporary. It is said that as long as you obtain one of the shards, you can use it to find the other shards. Then, you can reassemble the shards and the shield will be reformed, regaining its strongest defense." Looking at the incomparably beautiful I Chien and listening to her soft words, Zichen had a faint smile on his face. He said, "According to what you said, now that I have this shield fragment, I can use this fragment to find the other parts and finally assemble a complete shield." I Chien said seriously and affirmatively, "That's right. After being pieced together, this is the Saint Artifact with the strongest defense." When they heard the conversation, the people below were in an uproar. There was also a small disturbance. Many of the heaven deities' expressions flickered. Clearly, they knew about the existence of the shield. There were no absolutes in the world. Everyone knew this. But this sentence was not accurate. For example, the world's recognized fastest speed was the Thunder Clan's 9 lightning deaths. Perhaps under certain circumstances, the Thunder Clan's extreme speed would be inferior to other types of speed. But as long as they were at the same level and in the same state of comprehension, the Thunder Clan's extreme speed would be the fastest in the world. This shield, which only had a name, was said to be a saint artifact formed at the beginning of the world. It was the weapon with the strongest defense in the world. If the fragment in Zichen's hand really was a fragment of the shield, then it meant that Zichen might be able to use the fragment to find the saint artifact with the strongest defense. Sensing the change in the expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators below, Zichen naturally knew why Yiqian had brought this matter up. She wanted them to spread the news so that all the heaven-defying cultivators would know. Zichen was well aware of the consequences of possessing such a precious treasure. Nodding at Yiqian, Zichen gratefully asked again, "Thank you for telling me, but I still have some doubts. I hope you can dispel them." From Zichen's expression, Yiqian could tell that he had sensed her thoughts, but he was not angry. This made her even more curious about Zichen, so she said, "What is it?" "As long as this little girl knows the answer, I will definitely tell you." Zichen swept his gaze over the heaven deities below and said, "They surround you every day. Some of them are even hot-headed for you, not hesitating to fight to the death. I don't believe that they admire you because of your appearance or temperament." Zichen's words were very straightforward, but they were the truth. Perhaps when one was weak, they could encounter that kind of unforgettable love. But as one's cultivation level increased, as one's experience increased, a cultivator's mentality would change. That kind of unforgettable love would naturally not exist. Instead, it was the unforgettable hatred that would always follow them. These people were all favored by the heavens and were existences that stood at the peak of the world. Such people would never place their thoughts on a woman other than themselves. They would never be hot-headed and risk their lives for a mere Yiqian. Hearing Zichen ask such a question in front of so many heaven-defying experts, Yiqian's beautiful face was also stunned. However, she still maintained the smile on her face as she gently laughed. "This is no longer a secret in our place. Since you want to know, it's fine to tell you. The reason why they favor me is not that all of them like me, but because my identity is special." Yiqian's delicate face suddenly had a trace of melancholy. "What's your identity?" Zichen asked curiously. "My identity is the same as yours. We are both heaven deities, but my body is more special. In the endless starry sky, there is a saying that whoever can obtain me can break through the shackles, break through the divine road, and become a saint in one step." Yiqian's words gradually became more powerful, and there was sorrow in her words. Hearing this, Zichen was stunned. He did not expect Yiqian to have such an effect. In the endless starry sky, these were all rumors, and Yiqian had undoubtedly confirmed this rumor in front of Zichen today, causing an uproar in the city. Looking at Zichen, who was obviously in shock, Yiqian smiled and asked, "Are you very surprised to hear this? Do you want to become a saint in one step? If you do, then give me that fragment." Yiqian's gentle words were free and easy, but Zichen could still feel the unconcealable sorrow in them. The man who was always by her side was always thinking about her body. Becoming a saint in one step was a very sad thing in itself. Looking at Yiqian's gaze, Zichen raised the fragment in his hand again and said, "I don't think this thing is worthy of you, nor is it worthy of exchanging with you." As he spoke, Zichen put the fragment away. When the people below saw this, they secretly cursed Zichen for being shameless. If he did not want to give it, then just give it. What was there to find an excuse for? An opportunity to become a saint and an extremely strong defensive divine weapon. It was not a good choice to put the two together. But no one knew that Zichen really did not think this thing was worthy of Yiqian, so he did not want to exchange. In Zichen's opinion, this was not a matter to be exchanged for benefits, so he said lightly, "That's the reason." "Isn't that reason enough?" Yiqian's face revealed a trace of surprise as she asked rhetorically. Just this reason alone was enough to attract many heavenly realm cultivators and heavenly realm cultivators from great clans. But Zichen did not seem to be interested in her, who had the most value. Zichen shook his head and said seriously, "If it's just to become a saint, it's not enough for them to follow you around all day. Perhaps they want something else from you." Hearing Zichen's answer, Yiqian did not know whether to laugh or cry. She thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. If Zichen could say this, it meant that he had not reached the limit of the heavenly realm. In other words, Zichen's battle prowess still had room to grow. The heavenly realm cultivators below were quietly listening to the conversation between the two. After Yiqian admitted her usefulness today, they were excited, but also disappointed. Everyone had seen the battle prowess Yiqian had displayed earlier. She was almost on par with Zichen. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly a daydream for them to obtain Yiqian. Black Tiger, who had been quietly listening, also had a change in expression. He had a deep understanding of this continent and knew Yiqian's value in the eyes of those heavenly realm cultivators. If a heavenly realm cultivator wants to go one step further, they will become a heavenly realm saint. Because of their own world, it's very difficult to take this step. It's almost the bottleneck of all heavenly realm cultivators, and also the final realm of all heavenly realm cultivators. Looking at Zichen in front of her, Yiqian said, "Because heaven-defying cultivators are too special, they can only be heaven-defying cultivators. It is very, very difficult to become a heaven-defying saint. However, I can make heaven-defying cultivators take this step. You should understand my value now." Zichen nodded. He was slightly shocked. Yiqian was equivalent to an elixir for breaking through bottlenecks. Everyone at the bottleneck wanted to get it. "Why don't you go to the star path? There should be more opportunities there," Zichen asked again. Yiqian shook her head and said, "Every heavenly realm cultivator is unique, and every kind of heaven-defying energy is unique. They all seem to be moving forward in the dark, and it's very difficult to find the right direction." Zichen had not reached the bottleneck yet, so he naturally did not understand the hardships. After knowing Yiqian's secret, Zichen no longer cared about the other party's deliberate disclosure of the secret of the shield. The purpose of his visit this time was to become enemies with all the heavenly realm cultivators in the world. He was not afraid that they would take the initiative to come to him. His eyes swept around and fell on the heavenly realm cultivators below. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Feeling the killing intent in Zichen's eyes, all the heavenly realm cultivators' faces changed drastically. "I won't kill you today, but I will remember your appearance. The next time I see you, you will die." Listening to Zichen's indifferent voice, all the heavenly realm cultivators turned pale. Although the Zhanwu continent was boundless, the heavenly realm cultivators were also very fast. They might encounter them somewhere. If what Zichen said was true, then the next time they met, it would be the time of their death. "Leave this world and go to the star path. Your opportunities are there," Zichen said again, his voice still indifferent. All the heavenly realm cultivators looked at each other. It was obvious that Zichen wanted to drive them out of this world. Indeed, if the world lost these heavenly realm cultivators, then even if the war broke out again, the natives of the Zhanwu continent might not be able to gain an advantage. These heavenly realm cultivators looked at each other and hesitated. Yiqian persuaded, "Go, Zichen has completely grown up. There is no point for you to stay here. It's better to go to the star path and find an opportunity. Maybe you can really break through the divine path." Chapter 1966. The battle in the Purple Smoke City was over. This city, which had survived the war with the foreign races, had been almost completely destroyed in this battle. It was a complete mess. The heaven-defying cultivators who had come to attend the banquet had either died or left, leaving behind the remaining aliens to rebuild the city. Zichen, the enemy in the hearts of all the aliens, had left without a trace. Not a single alien or heaven-defying cultivator dared to stop him. In fact, they were all hoping that this fiend would leave. Yiqian, the goddess in the hearts of all the heaven realm experts, had also left alone. No one knew where she had gone. However, when the foreign tribes heard about the saint weapon fragment and I Chien, they would spread the news as fast as they could. Other than goddess I Chien, the hottest topic right now was, of course, Zi Chen's domineering return, his domineering killing of a group of heaven-defying cultivators, his domineering defeat of Kuan Te, and his possession of the saint artifact fragment. Kuan Te, who had mastered more than 50 laws, was quite famous in the endless starry sky. This time he had been defeated by Zi Qin and had luckily escaped with his life. Once the news spread, the heaven-defying cultivators would understand the situation. The heaven-defying alliance, which had originally been formed to kill Zi Qin, had also weighed their own strength before deciding whether to form an alliance to kill Zi Qin. Some of the heaven-defying alliance had disbanded, while others had remained in a wait-and-see state, intending to find out about Zi Chen's latest movements. However, after learning that Zi Chen had not deliberately hidden his tracks after the battle and had instead swaggered towards the Fifth Mainland, their hesitation had been completely dispelled, and they had all disbanded the heaven-defying alliance. Clearly, Zi Chen's battle prowess had reached a new height. He was no longer someone who could be dealt with by numbers. The true experts among the heaven-defying cultivators were Zi Chen's true enemies. Just like how heaven-defying cultivators were not to be trifled with by ordinary heaven realm experts, the current Zi Chen was not someone who could be trifled with less than 50 laws. The setting sun fell on a plain, leaving behind long shadows of a man, a woman, and a beast. Looking at the fiery red clouds in the sky, Zi Chen grumpily said, "Why are you following me?" Beside Zi Chen, there was a woman in green. She was extremely beautiful, tall, and curvaceous. On her delicate and flawless face, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed. Her eyelashes gently trembled as she raised her head slightly to enjoy the sunset. A faint fragrance lingered around the woman. She opened her arms and leaned forward slightly, as if she was embracing the setting sun. She was natural, beautiful, and moving. One look at her would make one's heart pound. This was a scene that all heaven-defying alien race cultivators dreamed of seeing, but Zi Qin didn't appreciate it. Instead, he wore a look of disdain. "Hey, don't play dumb, okay? Why are you always following me? Do you believe that I will turn hostile and attack you right now?" Zi Qin crossed his arms behind his head and spat out the dried grass in his mouth. He glanced at I Chien. Her long eyelashes trembled and her beautiful eyes opened. I Chien, who had opened her arms, tapped her feet lightly and floated forward like a fairy, leaving Zi Qin with her fragrance. "You are my target now. Of course I have to follow you. Sorry, I am not mature yet. You are not mature either. If you attack me now, you will not be able to maximize my value." After a long while, I Chien's frivolous voice sounded from the front. The former's maturity had not reached the standard, while the latter's maturity had not reached the true limit. As for the so-called value, it was naturally referring to I Chien's body. If Zi Qin obtained it now, he would not be able to break through the holy road. Hearing those straightforward words and looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Zi Qin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I have no interest in you, nor do I mind destroying you. Thanks to you, many strong cultivators will come looking for me. When I face them head-on, I will not leave my back to another enemy. If you don't leave, I will kill you. Your threats are meaningless to me. You know very well that I have no intention of killing you. Actually, not all heaven-defying cultivators want to kill you. Among them, there are still many who remain neutral." I Chien, who was at the front, turned around and glanced at Zi Qin. A smile appeared on her exquisite face. "As my newest target, not only will I not attack you, I will even give you some information." Zi Qin wasn't interested in this so-called information. He was very disgusted by the word target that I Chien had mentioned. He always believed that this sort of thing required two parties to be in love with each other, and it wasn't something that could be traded. Shaking his head, Zi Qin said seriously, "Sorry, I am not interested in you. You are not weak. I feel that there is no need for you to give up." I Yi Qian's giggling voice came from the front. "Little brother, you are still too young. This is not called giving up on yourself. This is called a rare commodity worth hoarding. This is Big Sister's advantage. You're not interested in Big Sister now because you're not mature and do not know Big Sister's advantages. Wait until you are mature, then you will know how beautiful Big Sister is." Big Sister. This form of address made Zi Chen frown slightly. It seemed that the two were not that familiar yet. Furthermore, Yi Qian's point of view made him very unhappy. "I have secretly investigated your deeds. Your growth speed is very fast. Although you are already in the heaven realm, you are still young. Your vitality is still very strong, second only to Big Sister." Thinking about how he was already a few thousand years old and was still called young, Zi Chen felt a bit ashamed. Just like this, the black tiger followed beside Zi Chen. It silently listened to the conversation between the two without saying a word. "What a beautiful sunset. Little brother, let's go. Accompany Big Sister to see the sunset." With a burst of fragrance, Yi Qian appeared beside Zi Chen like a little fairy. She grabbed Zi Chen and pulled him forward. Feeling the warmth and softness in his hand, as well as the slight trembling from her jade hand, Zi Chen subconsciously wanted to break free. "Little brother, obediently follow Big Sister. If Big Sister is happy, maybe I will give you some clues about the heaven-defying cultivators who are a threat to you. It will let you know the enemy as well as yourself." Without waiting for Zi Chen to struggle, Yi Qian's voice sounded again. "What's so good about the sunset?" Zi Chen muttered. He was no stranger to the matters between men and women. Through the slight trembling of her jade hand, he could clearly feel that Yi Qian was unnatural. However, he did not understand why Yi Qian would act like this in front of him. Yi Qian turned her head to look at Zi Chen. Using the afterglow of the setting sun, Yi Qian's hair fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy who wanted to fly away with the wind. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen was slightly absent-minded. Yi Qian did not seem to notice Zi Chen's absent-mindedness. She rolled her eyes at Zi Chen and said, "Do you think just anyone can see the sunset? In this endless sky, this is the most complete world. Only in this world can you see the complete sunset. Don't other worlds have sunsets?" Zi Chen had already accepted his fate. He allowed Yi Qian to pull him towards the horizon. "Those worlds don't even have complete laws, so how can there be sunsets? But that's not absolute. Some worlds have sunsets. I've seen one on planet Dawn once, but it's not as beautiful as this world's." Hearing Yi Qian's casual tone, it was as if she was completely immersed in the endless sunset. Zi Chen's heart jumped. He took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart. If the laws are not complete, then why are there so many heaven-defying cultivators? In the past, when Zi Chen learned about the heaven-defying cultivators, he guessed that the prerequisite for the heaven-defying cultivators to appear was that they had to create a perfect world. This world had to grow on its own and operate its own laws. In the end, it would become a real big world. This was the heaven-defying cultivator. Take Zi Chen's current perfect world as an example. In the beginning, he had comprehended many laws, but there were still many laws that he had not comprehended. However, as the perfect world appeared and grew, the laws that Zi Chen had not comprehended gradually appeared in the perfect world and were gradually perceived by Zi Chen. However, after seeing the foreign heaven-defying cultivators, he sensed that the foreign heaven-defying cultivators had only comprehended a few inconspicuous laws. They had actually fused into heaven-defying energy and become a heaven-defying cultivator. This completely overturned Zi Chen's understanding. Yi Qian, who was originally absent-minded, turned to look at Zi Chen after hearing this question. The two of them looked at each other. When Zi Chen's expression became awkward, Yi Qian laughed softly. "If you want to inquire about secrets, you can just ask elder sister directly. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Hearing Yi Qian's words, Zi Chen was slightly embarrassed. After concealing his embarrassment, Zichun looked at Yi Qian and asked, "You know?" Yi Qian nodded and said, "Although I don't dare to say that I know everything, I know some. It is said that in the endless starry sky, in addition to this world, other heaven-defying cultivators will inevitably appear. They will definitely appear. Yes, as long as a heaven-defying cultivator dies. After that world senses it, a second heaven-defying cultivator will quickly appear. For example, you have already killed nearly 100 heaven-defying cultivators. It seems that the foreign race has suffered a great loss. But in fact, it won't be long before a new, heaven-defying cultivator will appear from that world and return here. As for why, I don't know. Perhaps this is the uniqueness and wonder of this world." Yi Qian pointed around and said, "But this world is different. Although only one heaven-defying cultivator will appear in this world, it is not deliberate. It is more random. Once a heaven-defying cultivator dies, perhaps there won't be a new heaven-defying cultivator for hundreds of thousands of years. Rumor has it that the heaven-defying cultivator of this world is the strongest and most likely to defy the heavens." Looking up at the sky, Yi Qian's eyes were filled with confusion. Defying the heavens, but does this world really have a heaven? You don't even know if there is a heaven in this world. Then how did you sense my existence? And the starry sky you are in seems to be an ally. Who is commanding you? Zichun felt that he had grasped the crux of the problem and asked, "Whether there is a heaven or not, I don't know. As for your appearance, we didn't know. There are some alliances in the starry sky we are in, and there are many powers in those alliances. The news of your appearance came from that alliance, and all the powers in that alliance have begun to invade this world." Looking up at the sky, Yi Qian continued, "But the world I am in is neutral. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not. I came to this world because I felt that the world is so big and I wanted to see it." Zichun allowed Yi Qian to pull him to a stop on a huge mountain peak. He looked at the gradually disappearing sun at the end of his line of sight. Yi Qian looked at the setting sun and opened her arms. She was cheering loudly and jumping up and down. The gradually fading afterglow sprinkled on her body, forming a beautiful picture. Chapter 1967. In Zichun's eyes, Yi Qian was very happy and seemed very excited as she jumped around. However, in Zichun's perception, there was another Yi Qian weeping softly. This was Yi Qian completely opening up her mind and revealing herself, forming two completely different versions of herself. Clearly, the one in the depths of her heart was the real Yi Qian. As for the one in front of him, perhaps she was just forcing a smile, or perhaps she was just temporarily throwing away all her worries. Looking back at the setting sun again, the last bit of afterglow falling on his body, that warm feeling actually touched Zichun greatly. It was as if at this moment the setting sun was really beautiful, but soon this place would be shrouded in darkness. Zichun did not see her completely open up like last time when they enjoyed the sunset together. In his eyes, Yi Qian was still the happy Yi Qian, the Yi Qian who always talked about how she was a rare commodity worth hoarding. In the perception released by Zichun, Yi Qian was still the Yi Qian he saw. Clearly, Yi Qian had once again closed the door of her mind and sealed her heart. During the journey, other than locking the door of her mind, Yi Qian did not guard against him. If Zichun wanted to kill her, he had many opportunities to do so every day. However, he clearly sensed that she did not have any ill intentions. Thinking back to the scene that he saw that day, Zichun did not say anything to drive her away. The two of them got along quite well, occasionally joking around. Sometimes Yi Qian would talk about some secret matters in the endless starry sky, and Zichun would listen with great interest. Last time I told you about Lower. Today I'll tell you about Jian. Along the way, Yi Qian once again told Zichun about some experts. Jian's reputation is not as great as Kundi's. It's not that he's not strong, but that he's not ostentatious. He has comprehended about 60 laws. I've seen him once. He's very low-key, but he's very dangerous. His celestial weapon is a sorrowful parting sword, and he has mastered a level 3 heavenly path technique. Once it's used, its power is almost comparable to a level 4 heavenly path technique. You must know that level 4 is the limit of what a heaven realm expert can control. Although Ji-en is low-key, he's very battle-hungry. Yi Qian's words were clear and logical. Zi-Chen asked curiously, "You seem to be very familiar with him." Yi Qian gently shook her head, then smiled. "That's not accurate. It's not that I'm familiar with him, but I'm very familiar with all the publicly recognized experts. I've investigated them before. After all, I'm a rare commodity, so naturally I have to look at the price before making a move." Looking at Yi Qian's appearance, Zi-Chen suddenly remembered the crying figure in Yi Qian's heart. His nose felt a little sour, and he nodded gently. "You're very considerate." Yi Qian continued to smile. "Don't you know who I am? However, that Ji-en is indeed not weak. He was once one of my targets. If you can't even deal with him, I'll have to leave you. I'm a rare commodity, and I've set my sights on the strongest against the heavens." Looking at Yi Qian's expression, Zi-Chen also showed a rare heroic spirit. He smiled and said, "Although I'm really not interested in you, it's not a good thing to see a beauty being forcefully taken away. Don't worry, if I'm lucky enough to meet him, I'll definitely beat him up. I hope you can do it. I have high hopes for you, and I don't want to leave you for the time being." The conversation between the two continued. Black Tiger, who had been ignored, felt a little depressed. After coming out of the chaotic space-time, Zi-Chen did not hide his whereabouts. After dozens of years of refining, he had accumulated a lot of heaven-defying energy in his body. In addition, in that world, his doppelganger was constantly refining. Zi-Chen, who was not fighting, also had a constant increase in his heaven-defying energy. If someone wanted to find Zi-Chen, it would not be a difficult thing to do. Most of the invading heaven-defying experts were gathered in the first mainland. Even Kuan-Te had followed Yi Qian from the first mainland. The first mainland had many hidden aristocratic families and was very mysterious. It would undoubtedly take a long time for the events that happened in the sixth mainland to spread to the first mainland. Therefore, during this time, Zi-Chen was relatively safe. Even with the deliberate spread, the news still took 3 months to spread to the first mainland like a gust of wind. Zi-Chen had appeared with a strong force, killed dozens of heaven-defying experts, and defeated Kuan-Te. In fact, no matter how many heaven-defying experts he killed, it was meaningless to those experts. As long as they heard the news that Kuan-Te had been defeated and fled, they would pay attention to Zi-Chen. In addition to the news about Kuan-Te, the news about the shield naturally spread. Cultivators who did not know what the shield was gradually learned of its existence as they spread the news among each other. It was said that it was something that had been created since the beginning of the world. It had the strongest defense and would never break. Even if it was shattered for some reason, it could still be reformed under certain circumstances. The news of Zi-Chen's appearance and the fragment of the shield in his hand was enough to attract all the heaven-defying experts and all the powerful heaven-defying experts. Apart from that, news about Yi Qian also spread. Not only did Yi Qian admit to the legendary incident, but she also followed Zi-Chen without hesitation. The two of them traveled from continent to continent like a couple. You think you can get Yi Qian just because you defeated Kuan-Te? In a city occupied by a foreign race, a heaven-defying expert heard the news and said coldly, "You're not worthy. It just so happens that I've been lacking an opponent recently, so I'll use you to test my sword." Yi Qian is mine, and so is the shield. The heaven-defying expert took a heaven-grade long sword and left the city, then left the first continent. Being able to defeat Kuan-Te, you can't be underestimated. However, if you think you're invincible, then you're gravely mistaken. Let me, Lowell, go and meet you. In a huge mountain forest, a man wearing a beast robe walked out. Outside the forest, a foreign race pseudo-heaven was half kneeling. The other party glanced at the pseudo-heaven and waved his hand. "I've received the news. You can leave." The foreign race pseudo-heaven nodded and immediately turned to leave. After he was far away, he realized that his whole body was drenched. In the first continent, there were many powerful, heaven-defying experts. When they heard the news of Kuan Ti's defeat, almost all of them showed a belligerent expression. There were also many existences that left the first continent to find trouble with Zichen. In addition to the fact that Zichen was their target to kill, the existence of Yi Qian and the shield was also an extremely important reason. Zichen hadn't sent out any news for 2 years. The last news was that he had fled into the chaotic space-time. No one expected that after 2 years, Zichen would actually return in such a strong manner. After defeating Kuan Ti, he didn't even cover his tracks and showed that he wanted to challenge everyone in the world. "Lord, Zichen's actions are clearly provoking us." In the first continent, in a mysterious tribe, a handsome foreign race youth with a unique temperament sat at the head of the table. Beside him, a human old man leaned forward, half-bowed, and raised his head to look at the other party. This youth had a unique temperament and was very handsome. With a gentle smile on his face, he said lightly, "This is indeed a provocation, but it's not our turn to make a move. I think there are already people who have left the first continent." The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "But Lord, that Yi Qian is following Zichen. The news clearly states that the two of them only have a mutated black tiger. With such a young man and woman together day and night, I'm afraid that there will be some kind of misunderstanding." The old man carefully considered his words before speaking. Hearing this, the youth's expression didn't change. He just shook his head and said, "They're not children. How can there be so many misunderstandings? Yi Qian knows her limits. This time, she's following Zichen. Obviously, she's using Zichen as a bet against all the heaven-defying experts in the world. If she wins, she'll naturally think highly of Zichen. If she loses, that chess piece will be useless." Seeing that the old man was about to say something, the youth said lightly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hearing the trace of sternness in the youth's indifference, the old man immediately nodded and didn't say anything else. "By the way, I asked you to contact those forces. Is there any result?" "The news has been released, but only a few have responded." "Oh, which ones?" "The 5 Elements family, the Tianpeng clan, the Luo family, and the Wuji sect." Hearing the old man's report, the youth's indifferent expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. He then said, "If I'm not wrong, then Zichen should be related to the Wuji sect." "Yes, Zichen is a member of the Wuji sect. It is said that he obtained the inheritance of the Wuji sect." The young man glanced at the old man and said, "The Infinity sect responded to us. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" The old man shook his head and said, "That's impossible. According to the information we received, Zichen has completely fallen out with the Wuji sect. Perhaps Zichen will come here and destroy the Wuji sect. Right now they are afraid, so there shouldn't be any problems." The youth nodded and said, "That's good. Next, send them a message. Tell them that we have a limited number of people here. If they don't make their stance clear, they will lose everything." The old man bowed slightly and left. As he watched the old man leave, the young man's indifferent expression suddenly had a trace of coldness. The corners of his mouth revealed an ice-cold smile as he coldly said, "Zichen, this area will be your burial ground. Your life is mine, the shield is mine, and Yi Qian is also mine." This youth was the famous Gao Wei in the endless starry sky. He was publicly recognized as a mysterious and powerful, heaven-defying cultivator. Chapter 1968. You're Zichen. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be with Miss Yi Qian. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. By the time Zichen reached the 4th mainland, news of his deeds had already spread. Therefore, some heaven-defying experts who thought they were strong but felt that the rumors were too exaggerated came knocking on his door. Zichen and Yi Qian did not deliberately hide their tracks as they moved forward. Even though the bounty was many times lower, some people still managed to find Zi Chen quickly. The one blocking their path was a thin man. His eyes were deep in his eye sockets, and his face was sickly pale. He stood in the path that Zi Chen had to pass, looking at Zi Chen with a cold expression. However, when his indifferent eyes occasionally swept past Yi Qian, a trace of undisguised passion would appear. After sweeping a glance at the heaven-defying expert in front of him, Zi Chen turned back to look at Yi Qian. A trace of doubt appeared on the latter's delicate face, and she gently shook her head at Zi Chen. The two did not use words to communicate, but Zi Chen already understood Yi Qian's meaning, and a trace of disdain flitted across his face. Yi Qian shook her head, indicating that she did not know him. Clearly, the person in front of her was not one of those famous experts. When the heaven-defying expert saw the two of them flirting in front of him, a trace of anger immediately appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, let me teach you a lesson." His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the ground shattered with a loud bang. A huge crater like a spider web appeared. The heaven-defying expert borrowed the force of the recoil to soar into the air, charging towards Zi Chen. He clenched his right fist, and a powerful aura emanated from it. This aura surged between heaven and earth, forming a hurricane. Zi Chen and Yi Qian raised their heads, looking at the angry heaven-defying expert as he charged downwards. The energy wind caused their robes to flutter. Disdain flashed in Zi Chen's eyes as he slowly raised his hand. Specks of golden light appeared on his palm, and an oppressive aura instantly filled the area. Sensing the powerful aura contained in the golden energy, the angry heaven-defying master's expression changed slightly. With a roar, the energy of the fist light increased by 30%. His figure descended at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere he passed, the space distorted, and his powerful aura spread out like waves. This frightening aura did not cause the expressions of the two people below to change. Zi Chen raised his palm, and more golden energy appeared. Then, Zi Chen gently waved his hand, and a stream of energy burst out. Boom! The surging energy turned into a massive golden palm that carried a powerful aura as it shot towards the heaven-defying cultivator. The two powerful energies collided, causing destructive shockwaves to erupt. Heaven and earth trembled as the golden palm print exploded. The destructive energy that erupted caused the heaven-defying cultivator to fly backward into the distance. He flew for tens of kilometers, and during this time, he could even see a faint line of blood streaking across the sky. Swoosh! A few kilometers away, there was another flash of light. It was the heaven-defying cultivator who had stabilized himself. He turned into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. Looking at the streak of light, Zi Chen's indifferent voice rang out, "I'll spare your life today. When we meet again in the future, you will die." The fleeing streak of light in front of him shook visibly. Then, the speed of the streak of light skyrocketed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After dealing with an opponent who had provoked them with a single palm strike, the two people's expressions did not change much. They appeared to be very calm. This was because, after coming to the fourth mainland, situations like this were not uncommon. Every time Zi Chen attacked, he would completely defeat his opponent. "Let's go," Zi Chen said indifferently and walked straight ahead. Looking at Zi Chen's back, a hint of doubt appeared in Yi Qian's bright eyes. "You seem to have become very benevolent recently." "Benevolent?" Zi Chen's voice rang out, but he did not turn his head. The two of them had been together for a long time. Although Zi Chen had already regarded Yi Qian as a friend, every time he looked directly at her flawless face, he could not help but feel some ripples in his heart. So he chose to ignore her. "Yes, I heard that you slaughtered many heaven-defying cultivators back then." Yi Qian did not see through Zi Chen's thoughts and followed him. "Back then I did it to survive. If they didn't die, I would have died. Zi-chan revealed a bitter smile, using the word slaughter to describe it is not accurate at all. In fact, I am a very benevolent person. Benevolent. Yi Qian quickly stepped forward and tilted her head to look at Zi-chan. Her face was full of doubt. After getting along with each other for a long time, Yi Qian no longer acted so exaggeratedly in front of Zi-chan. As for the previous sister and brother between them, it no longer existed. Am I not? If I wasn't benevolent, none of those heaven-defying cultivators would have survived in Violet Smoke City. Yi Qian thought about it and nodded seriously when she heard Zi-chen's words. She said, "If that's the case, you are indeed benevolent." This time, Zi-chen smiled and decided not to respond to this matter. At a place relatively far away, Black Tiger saw the two of them talking and laughing. He muttered softly, "This kid is still in the mood to flirt. Doesn't he know that the real opponents are coming? Letting this little girl follow him will only attract more experts." Yi Qian's presence had somewhat disrupted Hu's plans. Moreover, due to Yi Qian's identity, those heaven-defying cultivators might have some devious thoughts about dealing with Zi-chen. In addition, the shield that Yi Qian had purposely revealed would also bring great danger to Zi-chen. The Sword Sect had once been the overlord of the Fourth Continent, but after the invasion of the other races had become the largest force. The Sword Sect had suffered significant losses during the war between the two sides. Fortunately, Zi-chan had appeared out of nowhere and intimidated those heaven-defying cultivators with his powerful battle prowess, causing the war to end prematurely. Zi-chan naturally knew that the Sword Sect was here. He also had friends in the Sword Sect. Zi-chan wanted to go over and see if they were fine, but he forcibly dispelled that thought. He even gave up on the idea of entering the city. Now he had become the focus of almost all the other races. His every move would be magnified infinitely. At a time like this, Zi-chen didn't want to involve his friends in case they were implicated. He even deliberately sped up and headed towards the third continent. The challenges from the other races, heaven-defying cultivators, continued, but almost all of them were defeated in one move by Zi-chen. News of this spread again and again. This situation was just as Zi-chen had said before. As long as he fought a few more times, there would always be people who would be convinced. By the time he reached the central region of the fourth continent, no heaven-defying cultivators dared to provoke him. As for groups of 3 to 5, that was even more impossible. This was because all the heaven-defying cultivators who had challenged Zi-chen either hid here or entered the Star Passage after being defeated. They were indeed afraid of Zi-chen. As for the heaven-defying cultivators who came in groups of 3 to 5, Zi-chan would no longer be merciful and would directly kill them. After traveling for an entire month, Zi-chan didn't encounter any new challengers. They are already scared out of their wits and don't dare to come. Your next enemies should be those true experts. Yi Qian said to Zi-chen as she combed the hair in front of her forehead. Nodding his head, Zi-chen said, "They will come sooner or later. I still think it's best if they come early. This way, there might not be any more heaven-defying cultivators in this world by the time I reach the first continent. It's good to be confident, but don't be careless. Although the worlds in the endless starry sky aren't perfect, there are still many unfathomable powerhouses." Yi Qian kindly reminded him, "I think you should take a good rest now and prepare for the upcoming battle." Yi Qian, who had been following Zi-chen the entire time, was very clear that Zi-chen's mind was always in a state of alertness. Moreover, although he seemed to be walking, he had never stopped cultivating. Along the way, Zi-chen was clearly stronger than before. Zi-chen looked at the sky and said indifferently, "There's no need to rest, but even if I want to rest now, I can't." Yi Qian sensed something and immediately looked up at the sky. In her perception, there was a familiar and powerful aura flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, a figure appeared in her line of sight. It was a handsome young man with a sharp edge. His robes fluttered in the wind as he walked in a straight line towards them. Finally, he stopped above the two of them. "It's Jian." Looking at the young man above, Yi Qian said aloud. Hearing Jian's name, Zichun recalled what Yi Qian had said about him. He wasn't as famous as Kundi, but he was stronger than him. He was low-key but extremely competitive. He had met Yi Qian once and was one of her targets. Yi Qian had said that he used a sword and was very powerful when combined with a specialized sword technique. Jian's cold eyes scanned Zichun a few times before he turned to look at Yi Qian. His expression became much gentler as he said calmly, "Yi Qian, do you plan to attack together with him?" "How can that be? I'm just a witness and will remain neutral. As for the reason, you should know." Yi Qian turned back without hesitation and then looked back at Zichun again and blinked cutely. Yi Qian softly said, "I have faith in you," and then decisively retreated to Black Tiger's side. Looking at Yi Qian, Black Tiger's heart trembled and moved further away. Yi Qian didn't care after seeing this. Yi Qian's last expression and words made Jian's expression even colder. When he looked at Zichun again, his eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent as he said coldly, "Jian, I've come to kill you today." "Zichun." Zichun replied calmly, his expression gradually becoming serious. This Jian did give him some pressure. Golden light surged around his body as Zichun began to mobilize his heaven-defying power. Chapter 1969. Before the battle with Jian had even begun, several figures of light appeared in the distance. These figures of light appeared one by one, and the ones leading them were almost all heaven-defying cultivators. Zichun's gaze swept across the faces of these heaven-defying cultivators and found that there was no murderous aura on their faces, nor was there any killing intent around them. There was only boundless excitement and curiosity. When they arrived at the battlefield, they deliberately stopped a kilometer away and did not move forward. This was obviously to tell Zichun not to misunderstand and that they were only here to watch the battle, not to participate. Just as Yi Qian said, not all foreign races who came to this world were invaders who came to wreak havoc. During this period of time, no one dared to provoke Zichun. So after Jian arrived on this continent, the powerful murderous aura that surged around him was very obvious. Therefore, the crowd followed this aura and came to witness the battle. Among the cultivators who came to watch the battle, the number of foreign races was undoubtedly the largest, but there were also some human cultivators. Because of Zichun, these invading foreign races temporarily gave up fighting with the human side, and both sides were now in a state of peace. The human cultivators who came were all in the heavenly realm. They gathered together and stood in an inconspicuous place, looking at Zichun with eyes that could not hide their excitement, but also some nervousness and worry. Jian's gaze swept across these spectators, and the corner of his mouth revealed a faint, cold smile. His figure flickered slightly, and he rushed toward Zichun. As he rushed forward, his figure changed, and an illusory shadow appeared, and he rushed straight toward Zichun. A hurricane appeared out of nowhere, and the hurricane swept up sand and dust, filling the world. Feeling the pressure surging in the hurricane, the expressions of many cultivators who were watching the battle changed. Among the human heavenly realm cultivators, an old man saw Jian moving forward in the hurricane and could not help but exclaim, "As expected of a heaven-defying cultivator, he is indeed powerful. Even the aura he emits is frightening." Beside him was a young man with a long sword on his back. Hearing the old man's exclamation, he couldn't help but worry. He asked in a low voice, "Ancestor, can Zichun win?" The old man gently shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but judging from Zichun's calm appearance, he should have some confidence." While the two of them were conversing, the sandstorm had completely filled the sky. The world was gray, and Jian's silhouette was clearly visible in the sandstorm. She was about to reach Zichun. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichun. This was the first confrontation between the two of them, and no one knew who would win. Zi-Chin stood motionless in his original position. The sand and dust that filled the air would naturally dissipate when it was 3 meters away from Zi-Chin. Looking at Ji-En, who had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and a golden light surged out from his body. Bang! A loud sound of energy colliding rang out abruptly, followed by a powerful energy fluctuation that spread out in all directions. This fluctuation carried a powerful destructive force, causing the space to begin to distort rapidly. Wherever it passed, the sandstorm that filled the sky was immediately twisted into nothingness. Wherever the ripples passed, the world lit up again, and the dust was not tainted. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the field. They saw that Zi-Chen and Ji-En had already made contact. Then Ji-En's figure swayed and retreated 10 steps. As for Zi-Chen, he retreated 5 steps. This was the first confrontation between the two of them. It seemed that Zi-Chen had the upper hand, but everyone knew that this was only the beginning of the test. Neither of them used their heavenly soldiers, so naturally they didn't show their strongest moves. Ji-En was slightly surprised that she was forced to retreat. She gently stepped on the ground and brought out another energy hurricane. Then she rushed toward Zi-Chen again. A bright light flashed in Zi-Chen's narrowed eyes. In a flash, he also rushed toward Ji-En. The two of them turned into 2 beams of light. Under the watchful eyes of many heavenly realm and heaven-defying cultivators, they fiercely collided. This was a head-on confrontation. The powerful collision of energy caused another explosion in the world. Terrifying energy ripples spread out once again. This time, however, the ripples appeared continuously. It was as if a huge rock had suddenly fallen into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. These ripples were very terrifying. The people who had already intended to retreat had to retreat again. When the ripples reached Yi-Chen, they dissipated on their own. They couldn't do anything to her at all. However, after considering that this simple test might be a real life and death battle, she also took the initiative to retreat. As for Black Tiger, he had already seen that the situation was not good. He flew toward a mountain peak in the distance. When he was retreating, the old man on the human side happened to see Black Tiger retreating. When he saw that familiar figure, the old man was slightly stunned. A hint of doubt appeared on his face, but soon he was attracted by the battle again. Boom! The energy was still vibrating in the sky. Terrifying auras emerged one after another. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The space was constantly shattered and reformed. Broken energy, craters appeared on the ground one after another. In this head-on collision, the two of them clashed powerfully. For the time being, the winner couldn't be determined. Swoosh! Ji-En's figure flashed and appeared behind Zi-Chen. He threw a powerful punch at Zi-Chen's back. The dazzling fist light fell, but it only hit an afterimage. Then Ji-En felt a terrifying power coming from the side. Feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation, Ji-En's expression changed slightly. When the surface of his body formed a defense, he quickly dodged, trying to avoid this attack. Boom! The fist light exploded. The terrifying power swept through the sky. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. Ji-En's figure swayed slightly and brushed past the edge of the black hole. Although he dodged the attack head-on, his face was a little pale. He glanced at Zi-Chen, who was chasing after him again. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward Zi-Chen again. Most of the experts watching the battle could only see 2 light shadows entangling. It was just that the light shadows turned into human figures from time to time. Only a small number of experts could see the specific details of the battle. Hiding on a mountain peak, He, who watched the battle from afar, his slightly nervous expression gradually relaxed. After a while he muttered, "Although this kid has some tricks up his sleeve, Zi-Chen is still a little better. It seems that this kid is going to lose this battle. Next should be the real life and death battle." Not long after He, whose voice fell, an even more muffled explosion sounded on the battlefield. A large area of space was shattered. When the space shattered and the black hole appeared and spread, Zichen and Ji-en flew back. They stopped at the edge of the black hole. Ji-en, whose face was a little pale, stared at Zichen with cold eyes. A streak of dark red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Seeing Ji-en bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the foreign races watching the battle immediately changed their expressions. When they looked at the unharmed Zichen again, there was a deep sense of fear in their eyes. Obviously, Zichen won this battle without using the heavenly soldiers. The human heavenly realm experts were obviously worried about Zichen. When they saw Ji-en bleeding from the corner of his mouth and Zichen unharmed, they were greatly relieved. The nervousness and worry in their eyes disappeared. Zichen is really strong. Seeing that Zichen was unharmed, the young man with the long sword on his back was the happiest. That's right. It's a small victory for now. The old man beside the young man looked at Zichen with eyes full of praise. When he heard the small discussions around him, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Ji-en's face. He subconsciously looked at Yiqian. In the previous battle, he didn't have the upper hand, but that didn't mean anything. Fortunately, Yiqian wasn't as superficial as the others. Her expression was still calm, as if she felt Ji-en's gaze. When she turned to look at him, Yiqian nodded slightly at him as encouragement. Ji-en turned his neck slightly, and with a sound like beans being fried, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Warm-up is over." Zichen nodded and said, "It's time for a serious battle." Hearing the conversation between the two, the crowd was a little dumbfounded. When the two fought earlier, they couldn't withstand the energy fluctuations and had to retreat again and again. Who would have thought that the two were just warming up? And now, the real battle had just begun. While the crowd was shocked, their faces were also filled with excitement. Obviously, they would be able to watch an even more exciting battle. A sword appeared in Ji-en's hand. The sword was 7 feet long, and the blade flashed with a blue light. The two lights were interchanging, and the sword emitted an aura that belonged to a heaven-defying weapon. A huge pressure appeared out of nowhere, and many of the weaker existences felt extremely oppressed, as if they were suffocating. Looking at the strange heavenly weapon in Ji-en's hand, Zichen recalled what Yiqian had said before. Ji-en's weapon was the Sorrow of Separation sword. At this moment, the Sorrow of Separation sword emitted an oppressive aura. In Zichen's senses, there was a thick sense of sorrow. This was the aura emitted by the Sorrow of Separation sword. After holding the Sorrow of Separation sword, the aura on Ji-en's body obviously underwent a huge change. The original tyrannical aura disappeared, and in its place was a thick sense of sorrow. Obviously, this was the heaven-defying law that Ji-en had mastered, and it was completely compatible with the Sorrow of Separation sword. One man and one sword, completely merged into one. Man and sword as one. When the old man in the distance saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim. Just by standing there casually, Ji-en had become one with the sword. It could be seen that Ji-en was a sword genius, and the sword was his strongest means. As the Sorrow of Separation sword fell into his hand, the aura around Ji-en's body had completely suppressed Zichen's. The previous discussion also dissipated under this aura. Yiqian's eyes flashed. The current Ji-en was qualified to be her target. Chapter 1970. A faint golden light emerged from his body, and a powerful aura filled the air. Zichen's entire body was shrouded in golden light, and he slowly rose into the air like a golden-armored war god. Ji-en used the power of man and sword to release an aura that suffocated everyone. Zichen's expression was still calm, and he still looked very confident. Very good. Sensing that Zichen's aura was not weaker than his own, and was even stronger, Ji-en nodded with satisfaction and slowly raised the Sorrow of Separation sword in his hand. As the sorrow of separation sword was raised, the world changed. The origin of heaven and earth appeared out of thin air and began to twist wildly, like ribbons that wrapped around the sorrow of separation sword. On his indifferent expression, a light flashed in his eyes, and the sorrow of separation sword in his hand pierced forward. Chi! A sharp sword chi emerged from the tip of the sword, carrying the sorrow of separation sword's aura. It formed a straight line, shattering the void, and shot towards Zichen. As the sword body trembled slightly, the natural source energy surrounding the sword body also left the sword body. Like numerous small energy snakes, they circled around the sword chi and headed towards Zichen, who was in front of them. These small energy snakes circled, entangled, and fused in the air, finally turning into 3 giant energy snakes. Guarding the 3 directions of the sword chi, and a powerful aura was released. Jian didn't use any heavenly Tao techniques at all for this attack. It was just a casual attack, but it already had a terrifying power. Most of the cultivators present were shocked when they saw this attack. Interesting. Yi Qian smiled softly. This kind of battle was what a battle of this level should be. The previous battle was indeed a warm-up. Seeing Jian's attack coming, Zichen's expression didn't change much. He took a step forward, and the world trembled. Then he punched at the incoming sword light. The heaven-defying golden fist light hit Jian's sword. At the moment when the 2 energies were in a stalemate, they paused for a moment. The 2 energies twisted rapidly. Then a delayed energy explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The golden fist light instantly collapsed, forming a destructive force that devoured the sorrow of separation sword's light and the other 3 giant energy snakes. The energies kept colliding, and a series of deafening explosions sounded in the world. The 2 energies kept fighting and kept being consumed, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing the power of his sword being dissolved by a punch, Jian's pupils shrank slightly. His figure rushed towards Zichen again, and as he rushed forward, Jian soared. This time there was no other change in the world, and the pure sword, but the power of this pure sword was much stronger than the previous one. As the sword chi flew over, the energy around Zichen trembled. The heavenly thunder wings, which released a resplendent silver light, immediately appeared on his back. The 6-winged thunder wings trembled slightly, and Zichen's figure became blurry. The sharp sword chi brushed past Zichen's body and landed on the ground. Chi! The sword chi landed on the ground, deeply piercing into the earth. Then a rumbling sound came from the ground, and the ground completely collapsed. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a huge sword-marked canyon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. In the air, seeing that Zichen had dodged the attack, Jian shouted again. The sorrow of separation sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and the sorrow of separation sword chi broke through the space and slashed toward Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen's body flashed, and his figure flashed again. Jian's sharp sword was easily dodged. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sorrow of separation sword in his hand waved again and again, and a series of sword chi swept over, slashing towards Zichen from all directions. On Zichen's back, the thunder wings kept flapping, and one after another, the sharp attacks brushed past his body. Outside the battlefield, seeing that not a single one of Jian's attacks managed to hit Zichen, many cultivators had looks of surprise on their faces. Not to mention Zichen's battle strength. Just the extreme speed he displayed was enough to make Zichen invincible. As expected of the world's fastest speed, even the foreign race's heaven-defying experts have to admit defeat in front of him. The old man saw that Zichen's figure was constantly flashing, and looked at the impatient Jian, and couldn't help but praise. Damn it, don't tell me you're going to keep dodging like this. After fighting for a long time and using up a lot of energy, he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Jian's face showed anger, and he said in exasperation. After dodging another sword chi, Zi-chan looked up at the impatient Ji-en and said indifferently, I wanted to let you lose with dignity, but since you can't wait, I'll fulfill your wish. You think you have what it takes? Hearing Zi-chen's words, Ji-en was delighted, but a look of disdain appeared on his face. He sneered and said, As long as you dare to fight me head-on, I guarantee that I can kill you in 5, no, 10 moves. Come, from now on, as long as I take a step back, you can do whatever you want with me. Zi-chen rose into the air, and a sky blade appeared in his hand. The sky blade was completely dyed gold by the heaven-defying energy in his body. The blade light was emitted from the tip of the blade, and an even more terrifying and oppressive aura shrouded the world. Feeling this aura, the cultivators' faces changed drastically. The current Zi-chen was undoubtedly serious. The oppressive aura that was almost suffocating made many heaven-defying experts feel powerless. While their minds were shaken, the faces of those cultivators also revealed looks of doubt. Even though Zi-chen was very strong, Ji-en's previous display of strength showed that he was definitely not weak. However, Zi-chen actually said that he would take a step back and let Ji-en deal with him. In their eyes, this was indeed a bit arrogant. The cultivators on the human side showed worried expressions again. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Zi-chen. This kid is too arrogant. On the mountain peak, Black Tiger, who had poked his head out, muttered. Hearing Zi-chen's words, Ichien's beautiful eyes flashed brightly. Among the people present, she was probably the only one who believed that Zi-chen had such means. Shameless boasting, prepare to die. Being looked down upon by Zi-chen, Ji-en was completely enraged. A murderous look flashed across his face. He rushed toward Zi-chen again, and the Liz Ho sword in his hand surged with an even more terrifying aura. Swoosh! In Zi-chen's hand, the long blade cut through the sky, and golden light illuminated the world. Clang! The blade and sword collided, and a sonorous sound burst out. A powerful energy ripple formed and spread in all directions. As the energy ripple vibrated, Zi-chen's body formed a golden energy shield. The vibrating energy could not hurt him in the slightest. At the same time, his eyes coldly stared at Ji-en in front of him. At this moment, the blade and sword were in a stalemate. The two types of energy were constantly clashing and consuming each other. Seeing Zi-chen's gaze, Ji-en smiled coldly at Zi-chen. In the next moment, an even stronger and more ferocious power surged out from the already powerful Liz Ho sword. Ji-en did not think that Zi-chan would fulfill his previous promise, but he still wanted to make Zi-chen retreat and let his reputation be ruined first. However, the cold smile on his face had yet to completely disappear when it completely froze on his face. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the long blade. Soon after, a power that was several times stronger than before crazily surged out from the long blade. With an unstoppable momentum, it struck the Liz Ho sword. Bang! In the sky, there was a loud sound, and Ji-en was directly sent flying. Zi-chen stood in the air, his robe fluttering. He allowed the powerful energy to wreak havoc around his body, but he did not retreat a single step. Looking at Zi-chen, who did not retreat a single step, everyone's face was filled with horror. I don't believe it. Retreat! A loud shout came from afar. Ji-en once again rushed towards Zi-chen. The Liz Ho sword surged with an almost crazy aura. Swoosh! Golden light flashed, and Zi-chen slashed down again. The dazzling golden blade light directly slashed towards Ji-en. Bang! After a simple contact, Ji-en was sent flying again, this time at an even faster speed. In the midst of the raging violent energy, Zi-chen's body flashed with golden light. He stood motionless with an indifferent expression. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Ji-en rushed for the third time. However, in front of the powerful Zi-chen, he did not have the slightest advantage and was sent flying again. Previously, he had said that he would kill Zichen within 10 moves. However, now that they had fought several times, Zichen did not move at all. This made him feel extremely embarrassed. After his figure was sent flying again, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the sky and looked at Zichen with a cold expression. Zichen's indifferent gaze fell on Jian. He said indifferently, "Don't waste time. Use your last resort." Yi Qian had said that Jian's strongest move was the Heavenly Path technique that was combined with the Liz Ho sword. Its power was comparable to a level 4 Heavenly Path technique. After fiercely sizing up Zichen, Jian did not say anything this time. Blue veins appeared on the back of his right hand that was holding the Liz Ho sword. Obviously, he had increased the strength of his grip on the sword. Then Jian closed his eyes. The spectators could see that Jian was preparing a powerful move. They all held their breaths and stared at Jian. In the next instant, Jian opened his eyes. Sorrow flashed through his eyes. The sorrow of parting rule on his body became denser and denser. The sorrow of parting sword in his hand began to tremble slightly. A sword hum spread out, filled with sorrow. 3 moves of the Liz Ho sword. As a cold shout came from Jian's mouth, the entire Liz Ho sword was enveloped by the Liz Ho sword. The sword light that seemed to be holding up the sky soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The aura around Jian's body continued to surge. He was like a giant. First move, Liz Ho sword. With a cold light in his eyes, Jian raised his sword and slashed down. The thick sword light that held up the sky carried an unimaginable power. It slashed toward Zichen from a distance. Where the sword light passed, heaven and earth were split in 2. A huge pressure fell on Zichen. Chapter 1971. Dazzling golden light gushed out from his body like a monstrous wave, occupying half of the sky. In Zichen's hand, the long blade on his hand was pulsating with golden light. At this moment, facing what seemed to be Jian's strongest attack, Zichen had no intention of holding back. He stood still and immediately activated the strongest energy in his body. The oppressive feeling formed by this energy was no weaker than Jian's. Before the 2 energies collided, the aura formed was already very terrifying. This was a real battle. The spectators in the distance were shocked and had no choice but to retreat again for fear of being affected by the energy of the upcoming battle. Qi, the heaven-defying energy, was injected into the long blade. Then, a thick blade light emerged from the tip of the blade. The terrifying power it formed was no weaker than Jian's powerful attack. Swoosh! Zichen indifferently raised his head and looked at the sword. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and slashed out with his blade. The blade light broke through the sky and violently collided with the sword aura that followed it. Pum! The moment the 2 energies collided, there was a huge vibration. The 2 energies collided in the sky, forming a destructive force that spread in all directions, forming a destructive wave. Fortunately, the spectators had already retreated. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the energy waves. Boom! In the sky, there was another explosion. The sword light and the blade light instantly exploded, turning into an even more terrifying energy that scattered in all directions. The golden energy shield around Zichen blocked the terrifying energy waves for him. As for Jian, he suffered a huge shock and was once again sent flying. The sorrow parting sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. Such a scene made everyone's expression change. Jian had obviously used the Heavenly Path technique. Unexpectedly, he was unable to do anything to Zichen. Zichen had also fulfilled his promise and fought Jian without retreating a single step. After seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed across Yi Qian's face. Then, her bright eyes stared at the battlefield again. Her expression no longer fluctuated. Stabilizing himself from a distance, Jian did not show any anger on his face. His expression was still cold, and the hand that held the Liz Ho sword was trembling slightly. This trembling quickly stopped. Ignoring the trace of blood on his arm, he once again raised the sorrow of separation sword in his hand. The sorrow of separation aura around him once again spread out. Sorrow of separation, second style. Sorrow of separation. GN's cold words reverberated through the heavens and earth. An even more terrifying aura erupted from her body. This aura swept through the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding space to distort crazily. The presence he gave off was almost one with the Liz-Ho sword in his hand. Under the sorrowful aura of separation, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow and danger in his eyes as he looked at Zichen. Zichen's heart trembled slightly, and his expression became solemn. Swoosh! GN rushed toward Zichen with his sword. Wherever he passed, a black line appeared between the heavens and earth. The space was forcibly torn apart. Sensing the danger, Zichen's movements were somewhat restricted because of his previous promise. In desperation, he could only channel even more power into the heavenly blade and slash at GN. Clang! Because this attack was too powerful, the light of the blade and the light of the sword instantly dissipated. The body of the blade and the sword collided, erupting with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Boom! After the collision, a powerful force erupted in an instant. Zichen could no longer control this force. In desperation, he could only let go of the heavenly blade in his hand. The heavenly blade flew out of his hand. Zichen's heavenly blade flew out of his hand. GN was also knocked into the sky by a huge force. He stabilized his body and coldly looked down at Zichen, who had lost his weapon. He said indifferently, "Now, I'll let you see my strongest sword." Although Zichen still did not retreat, the heavenly blade had already left his hand. This huge change caused the spectators to be unable to react. The human cultivators all looked at Zichen with worry. Now he's going to use his full strength, right? Black Tiger muttered when he saw Zichen, who had lost his weapon. Under everyone's gaze, Zichen's expression did not change much, even though he had lost his weapon. He raised his head to look at GN and calmly said, "Very well. Let's decide this with one move." After saying that, he raised both his hands and hovered them in front of his chest. Golden light surged at his fingertips as he began to form hand seals. This was the first time that Zichen had used a heavenly Tao technique in a battle. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Zichen's hand seals. Unfortunately, although Zichen's hand seals were not complicated, they contained the aura of the great Tao. As everyone looked at Zichen's hand seals, they felt as if their souls were being sucked in and they were completely lost. This abnormality caused everyone to wake up one after another. Then, their faces filled with fear. This was clearly because the heavenly Tao technique was too profound. It was far beyond what they could handle. At the same time that Zichen was forming hand seals, GN's aura had completely changed. This time his aura was no longer violent, and it was no longer dangerous. The energy that filled his body had completely turned into sorrow and resentment, as if he was an ordinary person who was about to be separated from life and death. GN's aura seemed to infect the world, causing a sense of sorrow to appear in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the memories that had long disappeared from their knowledge were reawakened. Some people saw their life and death brothers looking at them helplessly. Gradually leaving them, some people saw their loved ones and saw the back of their loved ones as they heartlessly left. Their eyes were filled with sorrow at parting. Some people saw their loved ones, seeing the tears of separation that they had not seen for a long time. The world was filled with the aura of separation, full of reluctance and sorrow. Everyone seemed to be deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Some people even had tears in their eyes. What a terrifying heaven-defying law! What a terrifying heavenly Tao technique! Could this be considered tailor-made? In the distance, He shook his head and expelled all the strange emotions. When he looked at GN in the sky again, his eyes were filled with shock. He looked around again and found that there were only a few people who were still clear-headed. Many people were already deeply immersed in the aura. Among them, there was an old man who was still clear-headed, 2 other heaven-defying cultivators, and that little girl Iqian. Of course, Ziqin, who was in the middle of a battle, was also in a clear-headed state. This newly emerged heaven-defying cultivator actually has such a technique. It seems that I have underestimated these heaven-defying cultivators. Ziqin's future path won't be easy. He, who stared at Ziqin, the light in his eyes fluctuating. Ziqin's body was still shining with golden light. He was not affected by the aura. At the same time, as Ziqin formed a seal, the golden energy surging around him suddenly emitted a blazing aura. The moment this blazing aura appeared, it reached its peak. It was like a heavenly fire, spreading in all directions. At the same time, it carried with it a terrifying destructive power. The aura reverberated between heaven and earth, forming ripples that swept across the crowd in the distance. Those cultivators who were originally immersed in the emotion of separation woke up one by one. After waking up and seeing the 2 people fighting, a deep sense of fear appeared in the eyes of the crowd. They never would have thought that just after escaping from Ziqin's seal, they would fall into Jian's aura again. Fortunately, they were shaken awake by Ziqin's energy ripples. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Some of the cultivators raised their hands to wipe away the tears on their faces and retreated in horror, afraid that they would encounter such an uncontrollable situation again. All of this happened very quickly. Just as Ziqin's seal was about to end, Jian's 3rd attack was already fully charged. He didn't emit a powerful aura. He lowered his head to look at Ziqin, as if he was looking at a friend who was about to leave. His eyes were full of sorrow. However, Ziqin could clearly see the hidden danger in those sorrowful eyes. This wasn't just a technique attack, but also a soul attack. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he would have been attracted by Jian's aura and fallen into that illusion. Sorrow of separation. Jian's sorrowful voice echoed between heaven and earth. It wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. Extreme Yang, Ziqin's voice, sounded almost at the same time. It was sonorous and powerful, full of explosive power. Jian disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only a sword was left between heaven and earth. The sword emitted a blue light, cutting through heaven and earth, and flew directly toward Ziqin. The sword was very fast. In almost an instant, it was in front of Ziqin. In front of Ziqin, blazing energy surged. A golden seal appeared out of thin air, and it was also moving forward at an extremely fast speed. The blazing and violent seal seemed to escape into the void. In the next moment, it was in front of the blue sword, blocking it. This could be considered the strongest collision of energy between the most powerful heaven-defying cultivators. In the next moment, it exploded. The golden light was dazzling, and the blazing energy spread out. The destructive power within it kept spreading in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy all things and extinguish all life. In the blue sword light, the gushing energy of the sorrow of separation was also not to be outdone. It used a unique destructive method to attack the blazing golden light. Rumble. In the sky, a thunderous sound reverberated. The sound was deafening. A terrifying, oppressive aura swept through heaven and earth. Everyone outside the arena changed color. Some of the weaker, heavenly realm cultivators couldn't withstand the pressure and couldn't help but cough up blood. They were already injured. Even more experts stared at the 2 people on the battlefield as they resisted the pressure. Clearly, the outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Iqian, who had a relaxed expression before, couldn't help but become nervous at this moment. Although she thought highly of Ziqin, after seeing Jian's powerful means, she couldn't help but be a little shaken. Bang! In the midst of the collision of energy, a figure flew out, and a smear of bright red blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 1972. The energy vibrated and a figure was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere, forming dark red raindrops in the sky and falling to the ground. Outside the battlefield, all the cultivators were staring at the scene in front of them. The moment the figure was sent flying, everyone's attention immediately shifted to the other party. When they saw the figure that was sent flying, many of the alien race's faces were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, the humans on the other side heaved a sigh of relief. It's GN. How could it be Lord GN? The powerful Lord GN was actually defeated by Zichen. Seeing that the person who was sent flying and vomiting blood was actually GN, a cry of disbelief came from the alien race's cultivators. Many of the alien races couldn't accept the scene in front of them. The battle strength that GN had displayed was so powerful, and the sorrow of parting almost hit everyone. How could such a powerful existence be defeated? The alien race couldn't accept the result in front of them. Hence, they all turned around and looked at Zichen. Even if the powerful Lord Jian was defeated, that Zichen wouldn't have it easy either. Thus, everyone's gazes shifted away from Jian and landed on the battlefield again, looking at the vibrating energy. At this moment on the battlefield, the energy was still vibrating. However, amidst the vibrating energy, Zichen, who was shining with a golden light, was very eye-catching. He stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. His expression was indifferent as he coldly looked forward. From the beginning of the battle until now, he really didn't take a single step back. Although the opponent is very strong, Zichen is still stronger. The human old man who was watching the battle stroked his beard with his right hand, and a smile of admiration appeared on his face. Good boy, you're really strong. Black Tiger's eyes also flickered with brilliance. Since he was able to obtain such an easy victory, he now had even more confidence in Zichen. Looking at the dissipated energy, and Zichen, who wasn't injured at all, Yichen's eyes shone brightly. It seemed that her premonition was right. Zichen was indeed very powerful. Although the battle between the two of them was very intense, looking at Zichen's indifferent expression, Yichen felt that Zichen didn't use his full strength. Maybe he can really fight against Yue. An inconceivable thought suddenly appeared in Yichen's mind. However, the moment this thought appeared, Yichen gave herself a fright and shook her head. Gao Wei was a publicly acknowledged expert among the heaven-defying cultivators. He was an existence that even Yichen did not dare to provoke, even though he had expressed his intentions of befriending her several times. Ji-en was defeated. Although he did not die, he was severely injured. In addition to his own injuries, even the sword spirit within the Sorrow of Separation sword was severely injured. Zichen looked at the wretched Ji-en in front of him and said indifferently, "How is it?" Wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, Ji-en covered her chest with her hand that was holding the sword. Her pale face was still filled with coldness. "I'm not dead yet. The battle isn't over." Although he was heavily injured, the aura on his body started to circulate again. His fighting spirit started to rise, but just as he started to mobilize his energy, he coughed up blood again, and his face became even paler. Looking at Jian, who was prepared to fight to the death, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon-shaped longbow appeared in Zichen's hand. Holding the longbow, Zichen waited in his hand. As he gently pulled the bowstring, the entire world trembled. That's the bow. Back then, Kinte was almost shot to death by it. That's right. I saw the video of the battle that day. Kinte couldn't dodge that arrow at all. If it weren't for the fragments of the shield, he might have died. After seeing the divine dragon bow in Zichen's hand, cries of surprise came from the distance. Hearing these cries of surprise, Ji-an's expression changed. Her eyes fell on the divine dragon bow again. She narrowed her eyes slightly and a light flashed in her eyes. Kinte couldn't dodge this arrow when he was at his peak. It will be very difficult for the heavily injured Ji-en to dodge it. Among the foreign races, there was no lack of heaven-defying experts. After feeling the aura emitted from the divine dragon bow, they all shook their heads. If GN was at his peak, he might be able to block the following attack. However, it was almost impossible for him to block the divine dragon bow now that he was heavily injured. Buzz! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zi-Chun directly pulled the divine dragon bow to the fullest. Amidst the surging spiritual essence in all directions, the divine dragon arrow automatically returned to its original position. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the world. As the bowstring trembled, Zi-Chun released the arrow. The arrow was completely locked onto GN. The latter's originally cold expression was filled with fear in the next moment. With a loud shout, he grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed it vertically into the air. He half knelt on the ground. Waves of heaven-defying energy formed layers of defense on the surface of his body. The arrow pierced through the void and came to GN's side, making contact with the Sorrow of Separation sword. On the long sword, the materialized energy was impacted by the arrow feathers, producing a series of explosions. A loud dragon's roar resounded. The arrow spun as it advanced, and a powerful force spread in all directions. Under the impact of this powerful force, GN, who was in the air, was involuntarily sent flying backward by the arrow. Seeing that the arrow was blocked by the long sword, Zi-Chen's face revealed a hint of surprise. Before the arrow's attack landed, he released another 2 arrows. The 2 energy arrows flew almost at the same time towards the retreating GN. Seeing this scene, GN's expression changed greatly. He had no choice but to mobilize his heaven-defying energy again to form layers of defense. At this moment, facing Zi-Chen's 3 arrows, he, who was heavily injured, had no means of defending himself. Boom! The arrow exploded in the sky, and a powerful force once again sent GN flying. GN, who was flying backward, coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with horror. After he stabilized himself in the air, he turned into a stream of light and flew away. In front of everyone's eyes, GN, who had previously threatened to fight to the death, ran away after taking 3 arrows. Although this was something that everyone could understand, there was still an uproar in the field. Then, one by one, the cultivators turned to look at Zi-Chen with awe and fear in their eyes. Looking at the fleeing GN, Zi-Chen did not chase after him. Instead, he put away the divine dragon bow. The dragon god's arrow in the distance also turned into a stream of light and disappeared beside Zi-Chen. The battle was over. Zi-Chen had defeated GN in a head-on battle. This news would spread to all regions of the Zhanwu continent at the fastest speed. Among the crowd, many of the foreign race's heaven-defying cultivators had unconcealable disappointment on their faces. Although they had come to watch the battle, some of them had come with the idea of benefiting from the battle. But who would have thought that Zi-Chen would defeat GN and make him run away without even taking a single step back? Zi-Chen's indifferent eyes swept across those foreign tribe members. Those foreign tribe members, whose faces were filled with reverence, felt their hearts tremble slightly when they met Zi-Chen's gaze. Either they were frightened or they had ulterior motives, so they turned around and left. The foreign races left one after another. The human, heaven-defying cultivators who were watching the battle were filled with excitement. They couldn't even defeat a heaven-defying cultivator. The gap between their combat strength and Zi-Chen's was even greater. Although they were excited about Zi-Chen's victory, they did not go forward to greet him. Instead, they turned and left. Soon, the human spectators also left. However, an old man and a young man stayed behind. The young man's gaze fell on Zi-Chen from time to time. His expression was somewhat complicated. Zi-Chen. Everyone left. Even Yi Qian retreated far away. The old man brought the young man and flew towards Zi-Chen. When there was still some distance between them, the old man called out Zi-Chen's name. Zi-Chen had already noticed the old man's sudden arrival. He also recognized him. The old man was the Heaven Realm ancestor who had appeared when Zi Chen was attacked in the sword sect. At that time, even when he was under pressure from the Five Elements aristocratic families, he had said that he would protect Zi Chen. Zi Chen had been worried about Jin Qingqing and Dong Qing's safety. He could not go to the sword sect to check on them. He did not expect to see someone from the sword sect here. This made him very happy. However, he did not deliberately reveal it because the current him was simply too eye-catching. He only nodded at the other party and did not appear to be courteous or familiar. You really are a young hero. Zi Chen, you've become more and more powerful. The old man did not seem to notice Zi Chen's distant attitude. Instead, he spoke very warmly. He slowly raised his head and saw the beautiful figure with He, who in the distance. Zi Chen directly asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Zi Chen's attitude surprised the old man slightly. After being slightly stunned, he said, "Our sword sect has suffered quite a loss this time, but we've never compromised. I've come this time because I hope that Zi Chen can return to the sword sect with me to take charge of the situation and fend off the foreign races together." Zi Chen smiled faintly when he heard that. He said, "Take charge of the situation and fend off the foreign races. That sounds nice, but I think you just want to find some fighters." "Zi Chen, what do you mean by that?" The old man looked at Zi Chen in confusion. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Enough. You know very well what I mean. We did have some ties in the past, but there's no need for you to try and get close to me. I'm everyone's enemy now. I no longer live for anyone else. I only live for myself. As for the two of you, regardless of whether you're sincere or not, I want to say that you found the wrong person." Zi Chen flicked his sleeve as he spoke coldly. He turned around and walked towards Yi Qian. "Zi Chen, I know you've been wronged, but we can all understand you," the old man said reluctantly. The young man beside him seemed hesitant. "I, Zi Chen, only act out of my heart. I don't need anyone to understand me." Zi Chen did not even look back. His voice was still cold. Zi Chen's attitude made the old man very surprised. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Hearing that the old man beside him was no longer speaking, the hesitant young man finally mustered up his courage and said to Zi Chen, "Since you don't care about the lives of the others, then can you remove the scar on Qingqing's face? I'm not asking for your help. I just hope that you can pass on a message. She cares about you and will only listen to you." Zi Chen, who was walking forward, paused his footsteps and said indifferently, "Who is Qingqing?" Chapter 1973. What did you say? Zi Chen's indifferent words startled the young man with a sword on his back. He looked in disbelief at the back of Jin Qingqing, who still didn't turn around even after hearing her name. Zi Chen didn't turn around, nor did he look back. He had no intention of continuing to talk with the young man. He stepped forward with his back straight. The young man couldn't see Zi Chen's face, but he could tell from his back that Zi Chen must be very cold at this moment. Thinking back to the woman with the shocking scar on her face, thinking back to when the two of them chatted, every time Zi Chen was mentioned, her worshipful and complicated expression. Thinking back to the adventure she had experienced, thinking back to the battle she said she didn't care about life and death, and looking at the indifferent back in front of him, the awe the young man had for Zi Chen because of the previous battle had disappeared. He no longer respected Zi Chen, no longer worshipped this person. His face was filled with anger, and he felt that the two people were unworthy. He looked at the back of the young man and shouted, "Are you so heartless? You don't know Qingqing, you don't know Jin Qingqing. I know her, but I'm not familiar with her." Zi Chen's indifferent words came from the front. "Zi Chen, in the eyes of others, you are a hero, but in the eyes of me, Jian Na, you are an ungrateful villain. Qingqing was injured for you and gave up her beautiful face for you. Today, I just want to bring a message back from you to let her let go of the knot in her heart and restore her original appearance. I didn't expect you to say such words." The angry young man's eyes were a little red, and he lost his composure. Indeed, in the entire Zhanwu continent, there was no normal person who dared to speak to Zichen in such a tone. "She is waiting for you. She has been waiting for you. But what about you? You have forgotten her, you heartless man." The hysterical voice resounded through the entire world. Beside the young man, the old man didn't seem to wake up from the shock and stood there in a daze, hearing the voice that reverberated through the world. Zichen stopped and turned around to look at the sad young man. He smiled faintly and said, "You're called Jian Na, right? Looks like the sword sect has spoiled you. You don't even know what's going on. Yet you dare to speak so carelessly. Today, seeing that you're young and ignorant, I won't bicker with you. Remember, the wound on Jin Qingqing's face was left behind by herself during a battle. It has nothing to do with me. We were once on the same path and had some connections, but it's far from what you've said. Looking at your appearance, you should be tempted by Jin Qingqing. If you have the heart, then go and pursue her boldly, although her face is indeed a little scary." Listening to Zichen's ruthless tone, Jian Na was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He pointed at Zichen, his heart burning with anger. At this moment, looking at Zichen, he really wanted to curse in his heart. However, even though he was angry, he still didn't lose his last bit of rationality. He knew that if he cursed, he and his master wouldn't be able to leave alive today. What about Dongqing? Don't you even know her? The real Zichen was very different from what he heard from the two girls. Unable to accept this fact, Jian Na thought of Dongqing, the person who was deeply in love with Zichen. Former companion, now a passerby, a one-sided fool. Zichen smiled at Jian Na. There was ridicule and disdain in his smile, then he turned and left. Jian Na was very clear that this ridicule and disdain wasn't directed at him, but at Dongqing. That person who was so devoted to Zichen that he didn't hesitate to give up his life, but became the fool that Zichen called. His heart turned cold. This was the difference between reality and imagination. Such a person, in his eyes, wasn't even considered scum. How could he be the hero that Jin Qingqing spoke of? Jian Na felt very wronged, so wronged that he wanted to cry. After Zichen left, he didn't continue speaking. He was already completely disappointed in this person. Such a heartless person, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, was just a powerful scum. Jian Na felt wronged and angry. He couldn't wait to go up and kill him. He didn't see that beside him, the silent master's eyes flashed with sorrow. This sorrow was very similar to Ji-en's sorrow of parting. Looking at the straight back, no one could see how much responsibility he had on his shoulders. He let out a long sigh in his heart. He wants to become the enemy of the entire world. To become the enemy of the entire world, one must first have no attachments. Today's heartlessness could save many people, but the infamy was his alone. Zichen left, leaving behind an old man and a young man standing in the same place. One was sighing in his heart, the other was gritting his teeth, feeling wronged and angry. Zichen walked forward, where Yi Qian and Black Tiger were waiting. There was some distance between the two of them. The two of them had heard the previous conversation. Seeing the calm Zichen walking over, Yi Qian's beautiful eyes kept sizing up Zichen. "Why, is there something on my face?" Zichen asked indifferently with a smile on his face. "You seem to be in a good mood." Yi Qian tilted her head and looked at Zichen with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "I won this battle. Shouldn't I be happy?" Zichen asked back with a happy smile on his face. Yi Qian couldn't see any flaws in this smile because it wasn't an act. He was really happy. Of course, the reason for his happiness wasn't because he won against Jian, but because he learned what he wanted to know from the old man and Jian Na. Looking at Zichen walking forward, Yi Qian muttered, "It feels a little strange. Hey, the Qingqing and Dongqing that they were talking about, are they your friends?" Yi Qian caught up and tilted her head to look at Zichen. Zichen shook his head without hesitation and said, "They're not friends, just companions." "Is that so? From their tone, they seem to be interested in you." Yi Qian carefully looked at Zichen, trying to find some clues from his face. Hearing Yi Qian's words, Ziqin laughed involuntarily. What do you mean by interested in me? They just see that I have some strength and want to find a backer. Ziqin raised his head to look the sky with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. He said, We're not friends to begin with, and we won't be friends in the future. I, Ziqin, don't have friends and I don't need friends. My goal is to step onto the peak of cultivation. Then can we be considered friends? Although she didn't sense any artificial emotions from Ziqin, Yiqian still felt that the current Ziqin was somewhat unreal. Of course not, replied Ziqin. Yiqian nodded. There wasn't any dismay on her face because the two of them had traveled together for the sake of benefits. It was just a transaction. Hey, who followed behind without uttering a single word. Unlike usual, Hey Hu's current mood was extremely turbulent. Sure enough, as Ziqin displayed more and more strength, he was finally about to reach this step. In this world, there were too many heaven defiers. Although Ziqin could ignore heaven defiers, others couldn't. So Ziqin needed to have no attachments. He needed all the heaven defiers' attention to fall on him. He believed that today's conversation would quickly spread. Ziqin's reputation as an ingrate would quickly spread throughout the Zhanwu continent. Jian Na had come with hope and returned with disappointment. On the way back, it was inevitable that he would complain. The old man didn't stop him, and even indulged him. As a result, before he reached the sword sect, Ziqin, who had just defeated Jian, already had the reputation of being an ingrate. What battle at Mist City? What many life and death brothers had come to help? All of that was a lie. Even if it really happened, it was all used by Ziqin. The heavens don't open their eyes. Such an ungrateful guy actually has such strong strength. He is indeed an ungrateful guy. The invasion of the alien race was for him. What's wrong with everyone looking for him? He has killed so many lives in the Zhanwu continent. It's fine if he doesn't blame himself, but he still hates us. The rumors are really unreliable. What loyalty? What anger for beauty? They are all lies. Humph. I hope those alien race experts kill him quickly. That way, the alien race will leave. Ziqin's deeds had spread, but this time, he didn't have a good reputation. Although Ziqin hadn't reached the point where he was hated by everyone, he had become the target of disdain for many cultivators in one day. There were even some who wished for him to die early. This time, only 2 people from the sword sect went to watch the battle. As the 2 returned, many disciples of the sword sect surrounded them. They were all curious about the battle. Humph, don't mention it. That's a scum. The old man naturally didn't say a word. Jian Na said angrily, Who's a scum? That alien race heaven defier? That's right. The alien race is all scum. As Jian Na's words fell, many disciples of the sword sect said indignantly, The scum is Ziqin. Jian Na was very angry. He couldn't be bothered to explain to the crowd. He immediately flew towards Jin Qingqing. Jin Qingqing lived together with Dong Qing ever since Ziqin left. Although the 2 of them had worked very hard in their cultivation, they still hadn't stepped into the heaven realm. Right now, they were only at the pseudo-heaven realm. Jian Na was a young man and didn't have any bad intentions. As time passed, he became friends with the 2 of them and often came here. He admired Jin Qingqing very much. Indignant, he came here to see the 2 girls. From afar, the 2 of them each had their own merits. Their figures were slender, and their figures were excellent. Dong Qing was very calm, and her appearance was also top-notch. As for Jin Qingqing, the few scars on her face had completely destroyed her beauty. How was it you were able to meet Ziqin this time? Did you fulfill your wish? Seeing Jian Na return, Jin Qingqing took the initiative to ask. She didn't care about her appearance and didn't deliberately wear a veil. Fulfilled my wish, I met a scum. Jian Na was a little dejected as he told her what he saw and what Ziqin said. He didn't add too much tone because Ziqin's words were already heartless enough. After he finished, Jian Na said again, Qingqing, forget him. I don't care if your appearance can be restored. I will always be good to you. That scum isn't worth it. Jian Na felt that his confession at this moment was sincere enough. When he looked at Jean Qingqing, he realized that her face was already filled with tears. He thought that Jean Qingqing was touched, but then he saw that Dong Qing was also crying. A scum isn't worth your sadness. Zi Chen's heartless tone seemed to reverberate in their ears. The two girls cried. They cried so sadly that Jian Na didn't know what to do. Jian Na was a little confused. He only thought that the two of them were sad, but he didn't notice the guilt in their eyes. You're going against the world. You're carrying all the infamy to protect us, but we can't help you. Chapter 1974. News of the battle between Zi Qin and Ji En had long since spread. In the end, Ji En was defeated and fled with serious injuries. This result caused an uproar. After defeating Ji En, Zi Chen's reputation was undoubtedly higher, but following that, Zi Chen's ungrateful conduct gradually caused Zi Chen's reputation to deteriorate. Some cultivators were already holding a grudge against Zi Chen due to the fact that he was a member of a foreign tribe. After this news spread, those cultivators who were prejudiced against Zi Chen no longer bothered to investigate the truth of the matter. Instead, they quickly spread the news, adding fuel to the fire and tarnishing Zi Chen's reputation, making a significant contribution. As time passed, under the deliberate influence of certain existences, Zi Chen's good reputation in the Zhanwu continent was ruined. Almost all of them were cursing him. Although they didn't dare to curse in front of Zi Chen's spiritual sense was too strong. During this time, he could always hear some bad words. Regarding this, Zi Chen remained silent. It seems that person is deliberately targeting you. Your reputation is getting worse and worse. Yi Qian wore a black robe today. The slightly tight black robe outlined her perfect figure. Her bright eyes were fixed on Zi Chen. The person she was referring to was, of course, Jian Na of the Sword Sect. This world has already abandoned me. Why should I care about what this world thinks of me? I only live for myself. Zi Chen's expression was calm as he said lightly. He seemed to not care, but no one knew how much grievance he was silently enduring under this calm face. The whole world has already abandoned you, but you have to work hard to protect this world. You're quite open-minded. Under the sun, Yi Qian's figure was graceful. Her tight black robe matched Zi Chen's black robe very well. The two looked like a couple on a trip, seemingly because of Zi Chen's reputation. The number of cultivators hovering around him gradually increased. They were all humans of the Zhanwu continent. At all times, they were paying attention to Zi Chen's movements, accurately locking onto Zi Chen's position. Occasionally, some heaven-defying cultivators would appear from afar, as if they were trying to determine Zi Chen's real body. Ever since his battle with Jian, there had been no heaven defiers who dared to cause trouble for Zi Chen. They didn't even dare to provoke him. They only glanced at him from afar and quickly left, not daring to stay. After traveling for a long time, when Zi Chen was almost out of the fourth mainland, Zi Chen's second enemy finally appeared. This was a man dressed in a beast robe. His upper body was half naked, and he was tall and sturdy. He stood in the middle of the road. Looking at the beast-robed man, Yi Qian said he is lawyer. His battle prowess is on par with Jian's. Back then, Yi Qian hadn't told him much about Loyal, and it wasn't as detailed as Jian's. She had only said that he was very strong, especially his physical body. Lawyer, who was blocking the way, saw Yi Qian and Zi Chen standing side by side, and even their clothes were very similar. He slightly frowned, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his eyes. He reminded her, Yi Qian, pay attention to your status. Yi Qian lightly smiled at Lawyer and said, as everyone knows, I'm a neutral party. I'm following Zi Chen because Zi Chen is my target. However, don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. Hearing Yi Qian's words, Lawyer nodded, and his expression gradually relaxed. Yi Qian took the initiative to retreat into the distance. Of course, before leaving, She didn't forget to tell Zichen that she had high hopes for him. She then gave him a flirtatious look. This caused the lawyer's expression to become even more unsightly. Seeing that another great battle was about to take place, streaks of light flashed. Those who had been waiting in the distance all flew over, clearly preparing to watch a great battle. However, unlike last time, many of the human heavenly realms who came this time didn't look at Zichen with such friendly gazes. They didn't look forward to it, and their expressions were similar to those of other races. The other races naturally knew why this was happening. Right now, Zichen was about to become a street rat. After seeing Yiqian leave, lawyer turned to look at Zichen and said coldly, "I heard you defeated Jian." "That's right." Nodding, Zichen replied, "It's a pity that I let him escape in the end. However, I promise that this time I won't let you escape." A trace of coldness flashed through lawyer's face as he coldly snorted. Shameless boasting. "Let me ask you, do you have a fragment of a shield on you?" "That's right." "Then you can go die now." A trace of murderous intent flashed through his eyes as lawyer released a powerful aura. With him as the center, the energy of heaven and earth began to surge, and the power of space madly twisted. Above his head, the twisted space formed a vortex, and a ferocious and violent aura surged out from the vortex. Roar! A furious roar resounded through heaven and earth. The vortex turned into a black hole, and a giant beast head, as big as a house, poked out of the vortex. The beast head's expression was ferocious and terrifying. A pair of cold eyes stared closely at Zichen. After learning that Zichen had defeated Jian, lawyer clearly didn't have any intention of testing him. His first move was an extremely powerful move. Zichen raised his head to look at the beast head that had poked its head out of the vortex. Naturally, he could sense how powerful the opponent was. Fortunately, he didn't waste time and directly used his strongest move. This kind of battle that ended quickly was Zichen's favorite type of battle. As a result, Zichen's hands hovered in front of his chest as he began to form hand seals. The energy radiating from his body also became scorching and violent. They had originally thought that it would be another great battle after testing the waters. They didn't expect it to reach a climax right from the start. This also exceeded everyone's expectations. While they were stunned, everyone's expressions became extremely excited and emotional. Among them, there were some who were already old spectators. They knew that Zichen's attacks could only be seen with their eyes, but not with their minds. Otherwise, they would become deeply immersed in it. With the lesson learned from the previous battle, they could only enjoy the battle to their heart's content. They didn't purposely try to steal or comprehend heavenly path techniques from this battle. As for the newcomers who didn't know the situation, they also suffered a small loss. There were even some greedy people who were mentally shaken and directly coughed up blood. A baleful aura filled heaven and earth. After the beast head poked its head out, its two sharp claws also appeared one after another. When they landed in the air, the heavens and earth trembled. Then half of its body appeared. A mutant beast the size of 2 mountains walked out of the spatial vortex and stood in the sky. Energy surged around its body, and the space around it began to distort rapidly, as if it couldn't withstand the dissipating energy. "Kill him!" A cold light flashed through Lawyer's eyes as he roared. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar shook heaven and earth, forming rolling sound waves that spread out in all directions. As the sound waves spread, many cultivators couldn't help but clutch their heads and collapse to the ground as they howled in pain. The mutant beast took a step forward, and space shattered as it rumbled. It stepped through the shattered space and charged toward Zichen. When it arrived beside Zichen, it suddenly opened its bloody maw and bit viciously at Zichen. The sharp fangs in its bloody maw flashed with a sinister light like that of a celestial weapon. Extreme Yang, sensing the baleful aura rushing toward him, Zichen's hand seals also reached the final moment. Golden light flashed through his eyes as he looked at the mutant beast that was already inches away from him. Zi-Chun roared coldly in his mind. As the final hand seal fell, a scorching golden light formed a seal in front of him. The heaven-defying energy within Zi-Chen's body surged toward the seal in a frenzy. Rather than saying that Zi-Chun was channeling his energy, it would be more accurate to say that the seal was frantically devouring the heaven-defying energy within Zi-Chen's body. The seal that took shape almost instantly broke free from Zi-Chen's control and flew toward the mutant beast. "Swallow it." Seeing that the seal was about to reach the mutant beast, Lawyer spoke again with a cold expression. A vicious light flashed through the mutant beast's eyes. It opened its bloody maw, wanting to swallow Zi-Chen's attack in a single gulp. However, what followed was an even colder voice. "Explode!" The extreme young seal, emitting a scorching energy and a berserk aura, exploded in the air with a loud boom. The entire world was instantly covered in golden light. The exploding seal turned into a powerful storm of destruction that directly enveloped the mutant beast's body. Within the berserk energy, the mutant beast's enraged roar resounded through the world. At the same time, waves of destructive aura spread out in all directions. Everyone stared fixedly at the sky, at the golden storm of energy. The outcome of the battle would be decided in the next moment. Would the energy destroy the mutant beast, or would the mutant beast charge out of the energy? Everyone was waiting to see. Before the golden light dissipated, a pained roar came from within the berserk energy, as if the mutant beast was in indescribable pain. Hearing the pained roar, everyone's expression changed. Was Lawyer going to lose? The pained roar turned into a mournful howl in the next moment. In the end, the roar grew softer and softer until it disappeared. Just as the mournful howl disappeared, the berserk golden energy also disappeared. Within the energy, the mutant beast had already turned into nothingness and dissipated. Damn it! Feeling the loss of his soul, Lawyer cursed angrily. His ashen face suddenly turned white, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Lawyer vomiting blood, the crowd went into an uproar. They didn't expect that the opponent would be defeated in just one exchange. I still have a stronger move. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lawyer said coldly, since he dared to challenge Zi-Chen here, he naturally wouldn't just have this move. But unfortunately, Zi-Chen didn't want to give him another chance. The divine dragon bow appeared in his hand again, and that oppressive aura filled the world. Golden light surged around his body, and the divine dragon bow was instantly drawn into a full moon. Then the dragon god arrow appeared on the divine dragon bow by itself. From afar, there seemed to be a mini true dragon circling around the divine dragon bow. Loud and clear dragon roars came from the mouth of the mini true dragon. Buzz. Chapter 1975. The mini dragon shot toward Loyal. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, leaving behind a straight black hole. This arrow contained an extremely powerful force, causing Lawyer's expression to change drastically. One had to know that when Zi-Chen shot this arrow, only Yi Qian had dodged it. When the powerful Kunte faced this arrow, he had taken out a fragment of his shield and saved his life. Mighty Spirit Shield. The terrifying power of the arrow made Loyal's eyes show a hint of fear. With a shout, a pure light shield formed by heaven-defying energy appeared in front of him. The light shield covered half the sky and emitted a thick and heavy aura. When the light shield appeared, Loyal let out a sigh of relief. He immediately retreated. The dragon in the sky turned back into an arrow. Sparks appeared on the surface of the arrow. After the sparks appeared, they surged toward the tip of the arrow. The entire tip turned red. Poof! With a tremor, the arrow pierced through the light shield. Under Loyal's shocked expression, the arrow shot toward him. Clang! Just as the arrow was about to pierce through his body, a celestial weapon appeared at the most critical moment and blocked the arrow. Loyal's blocking posture was not much different from Jian's. But the arrow that pierced through the light shield instantly shook off the celestial weapon. Then, the slightly slanted arrow pierced through Loyal's shoulder. The powerful inertia caused Lowell to fall back at top speed. The second attack injured Loyal. Looking at the wound, Loyal's face was full of fear. He could not understand how Jian, who was injured, could block Zi Chen's arrow. Although he was injured by the arrow, his life force was still strong. He prepared to escape. A sharp pain suddenly came from the wound. Loyal, who was running away, looked down. He saw that there was no blood coming out of the wound. Instead, streaks of crimson energy flowed out of the wound. This scarlet energy was the source of the pain. It was destroying his life force. Lawyer was scared out of his wits. He cried out involuntarily, "This is heavenly fire. Damn it! How did heavenly fire enter my body?" Although a heavenly realm cultivator was already a spiritual body, the insides of his body were still very weak. At this moment, the heavenly fire appeared in his body. As it extinguished his life force, it also melted Lawyer's body. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of enmity in his heart. He couldn't help but admire Zi Chen's strength. Loyal even regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have come looking for Zi Chen like this. He should have at least brought 1 or 2 helpers. The arrow shot towards the horizon, transformed into a ray of light, and returned to Zi Chen's side. Watching the fleeing Lower, Zi Chen displayed the fastest speed in the world. With a flash of light under his feet, he turned into a stream of light and chased after him. It was clear that Zi Chen had no intention of letting Lowell go today. He wanted to kill him. Charging forward, Zi Chen pulled the bowstring to a full moon. The true dragon arrow appeared once more. As Zi Chen released the bowstring, the arrow pierced through the air once more and shot towards Lawyer. Seeing the arrow shoot towards him again, Lawyer's face was filled with deep shock. He activated all the heaven-defying energy in his body with all his might. He appeared to be somewhat crazed as he tried to block this arrow. Against the dragon god arrow, all defensive measures were futile. The celestial weapon, infused with all of Lawyer's power, was still forcibly knocked aside. The arrow pierced through Lawyer's body once more. There were 2 wounds on his body. No blood flowed out from the wounds. Instead, red energy was constantly spitting out. 2 waves of heavenly fire roasted his body. Lawyer couldn't help but roar in pain. The bowstring trembled again. A 3rd arrow pierced through the air, piercing through Lawyer's body once more. The latter lived up to his reputation as a heaven-defying cultivator. After taking 3 of Zi Chen's arrows, he was still alive. His vitality was still vigorous, and he continued to flee. Numerous crystal balls appeared in the sky, recording the battle in the sky. Before the battle began, everyone thought that they would be able to see a fierce battle between a tiger and a dragon. Who would have thought that the battle would be one-sided as soon as it began? Yi Qian had been with Zi Chen for quite some time now. She knew Zi Chen's combat prowess very well. She also knew that Zi Chen's bow and arrows were extraordinary. Right now, watching Lawyer continuously flee, her delicate face didn't reveal much surprise. The bowstring was still trembling. There were already 5 arrow holes in Lawyer's body. No blood flowed out from any of them. Damn it! How can this be? Lawyer was both shocked and furious. He really didn't understand. He couldn't even dodge Zi Chen's arrows when he was in his peak condition. How did Jian, who was seriously injured, manage to dodge them back then? The people who watched the previous battle also couldn't understand this. In their opinion, when Jian dodged Zi Chen's first arrow, she didn't have as much difficulty as Lawyer. When the 7th arrow pierced through his body, Lawyer couldn't hold it in any longer. He let out a miserable scream. After that scream, Lawyer's body suddenly burst into flames. The flames gushed out from his wounds, his mouth, and his nose. In the end, they ignited his entire body. Inside Lawyer's body, energy surged wildly, trying to disperse the flames. However, it was useless. His energy actually had the opposite effect. As his energy surged, the flames burned even more vigorously. Lawyer writhed in the flames. His painful and mournful screams resounded through the sky. Seeing Lawyer in such pain, everyone's faces were filled with fear. As the flames surged, the blazing energy swept out in all directions. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out. "That's heavenly fire." "That's right, it's heavenly fire." Only heavenly fire can burn a heaven-defying cultivator to such a state. The heavenly fire burned. Lawyer was in the middle of it. He couldn't escape. When the people around him realized that it was heavenly fire, they all retreated in fear. Zi-Chen stood a few dozen meters away from Lawyer. He had already put away the divine dragon bow and was looking at his opponent indifferently. "If you're going to die, we're going to die together." Lawyer, who was constantly writhing, saw Zi-Chen not far away. He was already a man of fire. His expression instantly became ferocious. Then he madly charged at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen's expression remained indifferent as he watched Lawyer arrive and felt the scorching heat of the heavenly fire around him. He slowly raised his hand and golden energy surged from his palm. Then he struck out with his palm. Boom! The golden palm landed in front of him. It was like a huge mountain landing on Lawyer's body. In intense energy fluctuations, the heavenly fire on Lawyer's body was completely extinguished. His body appeared out of thin air. Many parts of his body had already melted, and some parts had already crystallized. He stood in the air a few meters away from Zi-Chen. His life force had already been completely exhausted. In just a few short breaths, gravity fell on him again, causing his body to fall to the ground. Looking at the scattered corpse on the ground, the scene was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Among all the heaven-defying cultivators, Lawyer's battle prowess was definitely one of the best. Who would have thought that in his battle with Zi-Chen, apart from taking the initiative in the first exchange, he would be completely passive until his death? What was even more terrifying was that Lawyer hadn't even been able to escape. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Zi-Chen with deep shock and horror. Swoosh! Zi-Chen raised his hand and sent out a beam of energy. This beam of energy shot downward, sweeping up Lawyer's corpse. It returned to Zi-Chen's side and disappeared. When a heavenly realm expert died, they would turn into pure energy crystals. This was an important material for forging heavenly weapons. As for the crystals that heaven-defying cultivators turned into, they were even more important materials for forging heaven-defying weapons. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone subconsciously avoided Zi-Chen's gaze. No one dared to meet the powerful Zi-Chen's gaze. Even if they knew that Zi-Chen's character was extremely bad in front of absolute power, everyone would choose to submit. Retracting his gaze, a cold, disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zi-Chen stepped forward. Zi-Chen left just like that, leaving everyone greatly shocked. Presumably, this time, when news of Lawyer's death spread, the shock it caused would be even greater than last time. Yi-Chen smiled softly and followed after Zi-Chen. She didn't feel the slightest bit of regret for Lawyer's death. Just as Zi-Chen left, a figure appeared on the horizon. He looked at the departing Zi-Chen with a complicated expression. He was none other than Jian, who had luckily survived the previous battle. Even now, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Zi-Chen had won this battle again. When the news spread, it naturally caused everyone to be even more shocked. However, this battle didn't restore Zi-Chen's good reputation. It seemed that there were always some forces trying to smear Zi-Chen's reputation. How could Zi-Chen be an ungrateful person? Those idiots only know how to talk nonsense all day long. On a mountain path, two pseudo-heavens were hurrying along. One of them was tall and muscular like a bear, while the other had 3 eyes, and they were all vertical pupils. The tall man said indignantly, "Those brainless idiots, do they really think that the aliens came for Zi-Chen?" Right now, Zi-chun is so powerful that the aliens have no choice but to submit. But once something happens to Zi-chun, the aliens will slaughter this world. Humph, those idiots actually dare to say that Zi-chun is ungrateful. This man has never seen someone more righteous than Zi-chun. The tall man spoke for a long time, but the person next to him didn't respond. He immediately said in dissatisfaction, "I say, Wu Xia, say something. Could it be that even you think that Zi-chun is an ungrateful person?" The young man called Wu Xia glanced at Manshur and said disdainfully, "Even an idiot like you knows that's impossible. How could I not see it?" When Manshur heard this, anger immediately appeared on his face. "Wu Xia, who are you calling a stupid pig? If I didn't call you, would I call myself an idiot? If you weren't so stupid, how could us pseudo-heavens be chased down like rats and forced to walk such a remote path?" Chapter 1976. Looking at the righteous Manshur beside him, Wu Xia rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Now, Zi-chun's enemy is the entire world. Everyone has already determined that he is the reason for the invasion of the outsiders. Do you think your explanation is useful?" Because Manshur was too impulsive. Once he heard something bad about Zi-chun, he would immediately go up and argue with the people. With Manshur's temperament, it was natural that he would not be able to get the result he wanted. Even if he exaggerated Zi-chun, the other party would only say that the outsiders were here for Zi-chun and that Zi-chun was the one who harmed the entire world. This made Manshur angry. Therefore, a battle naturally occurred. Previously, Manshur was able to rely on his own strength to completely subdue some of the cultivators and force them to admit that the invasion was not because of Zi-chun. However, the world was so big and there were so many strong cultivators. There was bound to be a time when he kicked an iron plate. The reason why he did not take the main path and purposely chose these small paths was because he kicked an iron plate and provoked a group of strong cultivators. He was ganged up on by them and had no choice but to escape. Fortunately, because of the outsiders, the cultivators of the current era were much more restrained when they attacked humans. In addition, Manshur continuously emphasized how good Zi-chun was. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with Zi-chun, so they did not dare to kill him. I didn't say anything wrong. Zi-chun is not that kind of person, Manshur said, unconvinced. Of course not in the past, but now it's hard to say. Didn't you hear how Zi-chun treated Dongqing and Jin Qingqing? Wu Xie glanced at Manshur and said, "Bullshit, that's just a rumor. Rumors are all fake. Don't you know Dongqing and Qingqing? We went through life and death together. How could Zi-chun be so heartless?" As he looked at the infuriated Manshur, Wu Xie truly didn't know how to explain. Moreover, this matter revealed slight strangeness, so he didn't want to make wild guesses and make a fool of himself. Thus, he could only choose to remain silent. "Humph, you have nothing to say. Perhaps you think that Zi-chun has changed, but in my eyes, Zi-chun is still the same Zi-chun." Manshur snorted and said, "Zi-chun will always be my sworn brother, now that no one believes him. I, Manshur, believe him. Since the whole world doesn't believe him, then I will tell the whole world what kind of person Zi-chun is." Wu Xie was very touched by Manshur's persistence, but the current situation was very unstable. Just being touched was useless, so Wu Xie reminded him, "You'd better not mention Zi-chun for now. According to the latest news, we're not far from Zi-chun. When you see Zi-chun, you can ask him personally if you have any questions." Just as the two of them were talking, they heard an energy fluctuation in the distance. Then a powerful heaven realm aura appeared. Damn it, did they catch up again? After feeling this aura, Manshur's expression changed. He said in annoyance, "If I had a heaven weapon, I wouldn't be afraid of them. I'll definitely beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. I'll beat them until they kneel and admit their mistakes." After saying that, Manshur decisively ran away. After being beaten up for a while, he was a little scared. However, after running for a while, he saw that Wu Xie didn't move. He turned around and shouted, "Are you stupid? If you don't run, you'll get beaten up. Shut up. It doesn't seem to be against us. Wu Xia glared at Man Shi. It's not against us. Man Shi was stunned. He immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation. There was a hint of doubt on his face. In their line of sight, the two of them saw traces of human heaven realm experts. However, they didn't come in their direction. Instead, they flew into the distance. These heaven realm experts looked very anxious, as if they couldn't wait to do something. There was a hint of excitement on their faces. What's going on? The two of them didn't know what was going on. They stared blankly ahead. However, they were sure that these people weren't against them. In their line of sight, the number of heaven realm experts gradually increased. Even the alien race appeared. Both sides were heading to the same place. Where are they going in a hurry? Man Shi soared into the sky. Looking at the heaven realm experts in front of him, he shouted, "Brother, where are you going?" Wu Xia wanted to stop Man Shi, but unfortunately it was already over. He cursed in his heart. Was he afraid that others didn't know that they were here? One of the heaven realm experts in front turned to look at Man Shi and said, "Are you stupid? That scum Ziqin is fighting in front. It said that it's 1 against 2. If you don't go now, it'll be over." Scum Ziqin. Hearing this name, Man Shi was stunned. Then he flew into a rage. He wanted to argue with the other party. Unfortunately, the other party had already turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the end of his sight. Scum Ziqin. Which idiot came up with this name? Man Shi was very angry. His face was full of anger. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go. Once you miss it, it'll be very difficult to see Ziqin again. Wu Xia's anxious voice woke the angry Man Shi up. After the latter reacted, he immediately followed the heaven realm experts and flew forward. While moving forward, the two of them were very excited. They were finally going to see Ziqin. After Lawyer's death, no heaven-defying cultivator dared to provoke Ziqin. Only some hidden existences deliberately ruined Ziqin's reputation. When Ziqin successfully reached the third continent, he was stopped by 2 heaven-defying cultivators. They were also 2 experts who had comprehended more than 60 types of laws. One of them was Enchilua, and the other was Boris. The 2 of them were not as strong as GN in a one-on-one battle. However, when they joined forces, they could completely suppress Jian. Looking at the 2 people blocking his way, Ziqin shook his head. He did not talk nonsense and directly took out the divine dragon bow. Kill! Kill! 2 loud shouts sounded, and Chilua and Boris rushed toward Ziqin from the left and right. Both of them had heaven-grade weapons in their hands. Early on, the 2 of them had reached a consensus. One of them would block Ziqin's powerful bow and arrow, while the other one would close in and kill Ziqin. Wang. Ziqin shot an arrow, aiming at Enchilua on the left. When the latter felt the power of the arrow, his face immediately changed. There was a trace of fear on his face, and he began to defend with all his strength. Die! Boris took the opportunity to arrive in front of Ziqin. The heaven-grade weapon in his hand exuded a powerful aura and directly slashed at Ziqin, wanting to kill Ziqin in one blow. Swish! Ziqin held the bow in his left hand, and a heaven-grade blade appeared in his right hand. In the dazzling golden light, the blade viciously slashed at Boris. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out and a powerful energy shock wave. Boris only felt a huge force coming from the blade and instantly fell on his body. In a head-on collision, Boris was sent flying. In the other direction, Enchilua's weapon was shaken out of his hand, and the dragon god arrow pierced through his body. Outside the battlefield, those cultivators who came to watch the battle were in an uproar when they saw this scene. They shook their heads one after another. Obviously, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Even if they joined forces, there was still a huge gap between them. Damn it, let's go. Ziqin's strength was far beyond their expectation. After retreating, The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So they chose to escape without hesitation. "Wanna go?" Seeing the two of them turning around and leaving, Zi-chan revealed a cold smile. A light flashed under his feet, and he turned into a stream of light and chased after them. 1. Zi-chan shot another arrow at Enchilua. Without checking the result of this arrow, he rushed toward Boris with the heaven-grade blade in his hand. Rays of light flashed as more and more spectators arrived. However, when they saw the scene, they were all dumbfounded. Run in different directions. Enchilua's face was full of horror after being hit by 2 arrows. He roared and turned around to run. When Boris heard this, he fled in the opposite direction. However, it was useless. Zi-chen's dragon god arrow was almost unrestricted by distance, and it was aimed at the target. It was impossible for him to miss. Zi-chen chased after Boris while turning around and shooting arrows at Enchilua. The arrows pierced through his body. When Man-Shi and Wuxia arrived at their fastest speed, the powerful Enchilua's face was full of horror and despair. There were arrow holes on his body, but there was no blood flowing out from those holes. Instead, flames were spitting out from them. Puff! The dragon god arrow turned into an arrow and pierced through Enchilua's body once again. He could no longer bear the burning of the heavenly fire. He let out a painful roar, and then his body was set on fire. "It's the dragon god arrow." Man-Shi cried out involuntarily when he saw the arrow feather flash by. Wuxia's face was also full of shock. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect that even the dragon god arrow could be promoted to a heavenly weapon. The terrifying temperature could even ignite the space." No one dared to approach Enchilua. They could only watch this powerful heaven-defying expert lose his vitality under the burning of the heavenly fire. After the heavenly fire disappeared, Enchilua's body disappeared from the sky and was replaced by a crystal that exuded a powerful aura. "This is a heavenly crystal," Man-Shi exclaimed while staring at the heavenly crystal. For the Zhan Wu continent, which was not rich in resources, this heavenly crystal represented a heavenly material. When the surrounding people looked at the heavenly crystal, their gazes changed. However, that was all. Zi-chen was still fighting. Even if they were jealous of this material, they did not dare to snatch it from Zi-chen. At this moment, there was only shock in their hearts. There was no greed. What's the heavenly crystal? The heavenly weapon is still there. Wuxia curled his lips and looked at the ground. Enchilua's heavenly weapon was stabbed into the ground. "Yes, let's pick it up first." Man-Shi's eyes lit up when he saw the heavenly weapon. He wanted to pick it up. "Go if you don't want to die." Wuxia reminded him coldly. "What do you mean?" "A heavenly weapon is equivalent to a heavenly realm expert. If you go up rashly, you will definitely anger the heavenly weapon." Wuxia reminded him. At this moment, a shrill voice came from the sky. Everyone immediately looked at the source of the voice and saw a large golden light flashing across the sky. Zi-chen appeared at the place where the golden light disappeared. In front of Zi-chen, a heavenly defying expert who had lost his vitality was split into 2 and fell to the ground. Chapter 1977. The battle started very quickly, but it didn't end slowly either. During this time, some cultivators who were watching the battle were rushing over. However, the battle was over before they arrived. As the last saber light flashed, the heaven-defying cultivator died. The 2 challengers were killed, and the scene became quiet again. Outside the crowd, Yiqian shook her head gently when she saw this scene. Zi-chen had become stronger along the way. Now, except for a few special existences, it seemed that no one was a match for Zi-chen. Yiqian had once thought that Zi-chen's battle prowess might be an extravagant hope. However, as she progressed and gained a deeper understanding of Zi-chen's battle prowess, Yiqian increasingly felt that this was a possibility. He has already killed his way to the 3rd continent. He will soon achieve his goal and accomplish this feat, Black Tiger's scarlet eyes flashed with an inexplicable excitement. The invasion of the outsiders was the greatest disaster to this world. There was no other. Previously, Chen had made the foreign races stop fighting. If he really drove all the heaven-defying cultivators out this time, it would really be a great thing. Did you see that? Chen is the strongest. Did you see that? Did you see that? Seeing Chen easily kill 2 heaven-defying cultivators, the excited Manshur immediately ran over to the heavenly realms and shouted excitedly. Based on the current situation, Chen's strength was unquestionable, and it was also publicly acknowledged. However, Chen's character was not good. He was ungrateful and could be considered scum. At this moment, when the human heaven realm expert heard this, he did not dare to question Manshur at this moment. Hence, he remained silent and expressionless. Seeing that no one responded, Manshur became angry. He was about to go over and greet Chen. Even if the whole world didn't know Chen, Manshur still treated Chen as a brother. However, he was suddenly pulled back by Wuxia. The latter transmitted a message to him. Let's wait and see. Manshur was a little reluctant, but he happened to see Chen walking over after collecting Boris's heavenly soldier. Fortunately, he also stopped. In his opinion, Chen would definitely come over to greet him. Under the attention of many cultivators, Chen arrived. Manshur held his head high and looked at Chen excitedly, imagining the scene of his brother reuniting in his mind. However, just as he was about to greet Chen, he saw Chen walk past him and go straight to the heaven crystal that Enchilua had transformed into. The excitement on Manshur's face froze, and he stood there in a daze. Chen had actually chosen to ignore him, and this made him somewhat at a loss. Wuxia, who was also ignored, did not show any abnormality on his face. His expression was as calm as ever. Chen put away the heaven crystal and the heaven-grade soldier. After that, he coldly glanced at the spectators before turning around and walking forward. Seeing that Chen was about to leave, Manshur was a little anxious and immediately followed him. Chen suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a hurricane appeared out of thin air. Manshur, who had just taken a step, was immediately swept away by this hurricane. His body immediately flew backward uncontrollably. In the process of flying backward, Manshur could not withstand the energy pressure of the hurricane and was injured and coughed up blood. A mere pseudo-heaven dares to tail Chen. He's simply courting death. He actually didn't die this time. He's considered lucky. Manshur, whose body hit the ground and coughed up blood again, heard the disdainful words coming from all around him. He fell to the ground and looked at Chen's back with a dull expression. He did not know what had happened. Now don't say anything. Just treat it as a misunderstanding. Wuxia came to Manshur's side. While bending down to support him, he sent a voice transmission to Manshur. What's going on? Manshur was, of course, not a fool. He was just a little impulsive. Today, Chen's disregard did not make him sad. He just felt very strange. I don't know either. Wuxia shook his head. Manshur's appearance could not even be considered an interlude. No one would care about 2 mere pseudo-heaven heavens. After Chen left, the spectators also dispersed. Some of them were excited, while others shook their heads and sighed. This was because this battle had ended too quickly. What's going on? Why? Why doesn't he recognize us? Manshur got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Wuxia in confusion. I don't know either. Wuxia shook his head gently and pulled Manshur away. When they came to a remote place, Wuxia released his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings. After finding nothing unusual, he waved his hand and 2 weapons appeared in front of him. One was a long sword and the other was a heavy hammer. Both weapons emitted an oppressive aura. These are heaven-grade weapons. Why do you have heaven-grade weapons? Seeing these 2 heaven-grade weapons, Manshur immediately widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. Wuxia, smiled bitterly and said, "When that energy took you away, everyone's attention was on you. However, I felt these two heaven-grade weapons come to my side from the void." "Heaven-grade weapons came to your side from the void? Did Zichen give them to you?" Manshur asked with widened eyes. Who else could it be but Zichen? How could it be so coincidental that he knows what weapons you and I are good at? But if Zichen gave them to you, why didn't he give them to you face to face? Manshur asked in confusion. Wu Xie shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it should be for our own good. Maybe he pretended not to know us because he didn't want to cause trouble for us. After all, Zichen's enemies are too strong. Don't look at how easily Zichen killed them. Any one of them can easily kill us." Zichen's current enemies were heaven-defying cultivators. In the Zhanwu continent, there were hundreds of heaven-defying cultivators. Although most heaven-defying cultivators were not strong enough in front of Zichen, that was only against Zichen. Any heaven-defying cultivator among them could slaughter ordinary heaven realm cultivators in the Zhanwu continent. Looking at the silent Manshur, Wu Xie reminded him, "In the future, don't tell people that you are close to Zichen. Don't even think about defending Zichen." "But is Zichen being misunderstood like this?" Wu Xie smiled bitterly and said, "So what? When we don't have the strength to overturn this world, it seems that we can only accept our fate. Zichen is clearly doing this to protect us. Don't let down his good intentions." After handing the heavy hammer to Manshur, Wu Xie said, "Right now, we don't have the strength to help Zichen. We can only be a burden to Zichen. If we want to help Zichen, we must break through to the heaven realm as soon as possible." Manshur nodded solemnly, indicating that he would definitely break through to the heaven realm as soon as possible. Wu Xie could only smile bitterly in his heart. The gap between them and Zichen was getting bigger and bigger. Even if they broke through to the heaven realm, they might not be able to help Zichen. They could only protect themselves. After taking the heaven-grade weapons, the two of them headed to the fourth continent. This time, the two of them planned to enter the sword sect to find Jin Qingqing and Dong Qing. After that, they would enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the heaven realm. Looks like these two aren't stupid. Just as Wu Xie and Manshur quickly left, the void above their heads broke open, and Black Tiger appeared out of thin air. He looked in the direction the two of them had left, nodded, and disappeared. Zichen's goal was the first continent. "Is your goal really to chase out all the heaven-defying cultivators?" Yiqian opened her mouth in shock when she heard Zichen's thoughts. She stared at Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "This is not a place they should come to." As they fought along the way, the number of heaven-defying cultivators that appeared on the battlefield gradually increased. These heaven-defying cultivators were like Zichen. They were all heading towards the first continent. They knew what Zichen was thinking. As for whether they would leave or not, it would depend on whether Zichen could really defeat all the heaven-defying cultivators. Yiqian, who had not expected Zichen to have such thoughts, was very surprised. If Zichen could really do this, then he would be the undisputed number one among the heaven-defying cultivators. Even Gao Wei would have to bow his head before him. Moreover, at this rate, the two of them would face each other sooner or later. Along the way, Zichen took out the fragment of the shield. He tried to refine it along the way, but he did not succeed. Every time, he deliberately did not go to a city, but to a relatively remote place. Zichen also tried to sense the other fragments, but he still did not succeed. "Are the other fragments of the shield in the Zhanwu continent?" Zichen muttered and put away the fragment. Looking at the pondering Zichen, Yiqian said, "You can sense the other fragments of the shield with just one fragment. Perhaps you will find clues when you reach the first continent." Zichen turned around and asked the first continent, "Did the shield break there?" "This is something that happened a long time ago, and there is no way to think about it. However, I once saw another fragment in the first continent." "Where is the other fragment?" in Gao Wei's hands. When Zichen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He naturally knew who Gao Wei was. He was recognized as the strongest, heaven-defying cultivator among the alien races. Even Yi Qian's calm expression could not help but fluctuate when she mentioned him. This fluctuation was not of excitement, but of awe and fear. This was the first time Zichen felt such emotions from Yi Qian. If Gao Wei really had another fragment, then it was obvious that the two of them would have to fight soon. How strong is this person? How is his temperament? Zichen asked. Yi Qian's mind fluctuated again, and after an imperceptible trace of confusion flashed through her eyes, she began to talk about Gao Wei. What Zichen did not know was that while he was asking about Gao Wei, the latter had gathered many of the major forces of the Zhanwu continent and was holding a meeting related to Zichen. In this meeting, there were the 5 elements aristocratic families from the second continent, the Luo family from the third continent, the Rock clan and the Dragon clan from the first continent, and other powerful or hidden forces. Of course, the everlasting sect was not one of the forces targeting Zichen. Chapter 1978. The meeting was held in the famous Blue Feather City of the First Mainland. Many huge and mysterious forces were gathered there. As the initiator of the meeting, Wag Wei wore a white robe and sat at the head of the table. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he looked at the crowd. His smile was like a spring breeze, giving people an amiable feeling. To his left and right sat the representatives of the various forces. They were all heavenly realms. Only heavenly realms were qualified to sit there. Among these representatives, there were some old men and some young men. Unlike the old men, these young men all exuded powerful auras. These auras were no weaker than some heaven-defying cultivators. Everyone, you should already know the reason why I called everyone here today. I won't repeat it here, Qi Wei said faintly as he withdrew his gaze from the crowd. Is this true? Do you really have Saint crystals? An old man asked in a deep voice. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. When the others heard the old man's question, they all looked up at Qi Wei with inexplicable emotions. Obviously, they all wanted to hear an affirmative answer from him. Qi Wei played with the teacup in his hand and took in everyone's expressions. He nodded and said, I don't have many, only 5 pieces. As for how many people can become saints, I don't dare to say. Saint crystals were also known as saint crystals. They belonged to the saint grade and were rare treasures in the world. There had always been a rumor that saint crystals could help heavenly realms become saints. However, because it involved the laws, the success rate of successfully becoming a saint was not high. Even so, saint crystals were something that all heavenly realms yearned for. For most cultivators, heavenly realm was the end. It was almost impossible to take another step and enter the saint realm. In the endless starry sky, the number of saints was limited. For example, in a first-class world, there could only be 1 saint. As long as this saint was alive, the living beings in that world had no chance of becoming a saint. Therefore, saint crystals became something that everyone sought. It was said that these things were very common on the star path. Therefore, the star path became the only path for heavenly realms to become stronger. Of course, although saint crystals could help a heaven realm cultivator break through to the next realm, this didn't include those who were heaven-defying. Therefore, when Qi Wei said that he had saint crystals and was willing to take them out, no one was surprised. Hearing Yan Wei's words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. 5 pieces of saint crystal, if one was lucky enough, could create 5 saint realm masters. In the entire Zhanwu continent, it was already amazing for every family to have 1 saint. As for 5 saints appearing at once, this was something that no one dared to think about. At that moment, when the crowd looked to Yi Wei again, their eyes were filled with fervor. What do you need us to do? Asked a young man in armor. He was from the Luo family and was the only one present who was wearing armor. He was also the only one who had a heaven-grade defensive armor. The Luo family was good at artifact refining, and refining heaven-grade battle armors was a secret of the Luo family. listening to the straightforward tone of the Luo family's people. Chi Wei smiled faintly and said, I think you've misunderstood. The reason I've gathered everyone here this time is not to use 5 Saint Crystals to tempt or coerce you into doing anything. I simply want to establish an alliance and then place these 5 Saint Crystals in it for the use of our own people. Alliance. This was a common phrase, but when it was used between humans and foreign races, it was a rare phrase. The existences present were either masters or old foxes. Since Chi Wei had chosen not to form an alliance with the stronger foreign races, he naturally had some purpose in mind. Yes, an alliance between you and me. The original intention of our alliance is for everyone to benefit together. As for what these benefits are, I will tell you after our alliance gradually stabilizes. An old man down below pondered for a moment before asking, since this is an alliance, what do we need to do? Do we need to elect an alliance master? Chi Wei shook his head and said there's no need. Our alliance has no restrictions. Everything is voluntary. If you want to join, we welcome you. But if you want to leave, we won't force you. As for the highest authority in the alliance, it is the elders. All matters regarding the alliance need to be discussed by the elders. All forces that join, no matter how strong or weak they are, will have an elder position. Once the alliance is established, I will place the 5 Saint Crystals in it. As soon as they heard about Saint Crystals, the eyes of many Heaven Realm Masters lit up. Another young man asked, Then how should we distribute the 5 Saint Crystals? I came here in a hurry this time, so I don't have many Saint Crystals on me. So, for the time being, these Saint Crystals won't be distributed, but will be earned through completing tasks. Everyone's attention was focused on Chi Wei. Obviously, what he was going to say next was the real reason he was willing to take out 5 Saint Crystals. As everyone knows, our goal this time is Zichen. So the first task after the alliance is established is that whoever can kill Zichen will be rewarded with 3 Saint Crystals. 3 Saint Crystals might be enough to create 3 saints. Such a reward could be described as extremely generous. But these forces had been paying attention to the situation in Tongxian realm recently and knew that Zichen was on his way. On top of that, Zichen was the only heaven-defying master in this world. Almost everything about him was legendary. Even heaven-defying masters feared such an existence, let alone these forces. Looking at the embarrassed expressions on everyone's faces, Chi Wei smiled faintly and said, I know everyone has their concerns, but the current Zichen has almost no good reputation in this world. If everyone chooses to act at this time, it will be called enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, punishing evil, and eliminating evil. Heaven-defying masters are known as the strongest Heaven Realm Masters. Haven't they been attacking Zichen all this time? Why issue this task here? A young man with a cold face asked. Everyone present, except for Chi Wei, were natives of Zhan Wu continent. Naturally, none of them were heaven-defying masters. In everyone's mind, heaven-defying masters could only be dealt with by existences of the same level. To tell you the truth, the strength Zichen has shown has completely exceeded our expectations. I just received news that he has killed 3 of our powerful heaven-defying masters in a 1 versus 3 situation. As he spoke, Yang Wei took out a crystal ball. As he poured energy into it, the crystal ball shot out beams of light. The light formed an image in the sky. In the image, Zichen was holding the dragon god Bao. He easily killed the 3 heaven-defying people who had joined forces. Seeing the 3 heaven-defying masters die so easily, the expressions of many Heaven Realm Masters turned ugly. Now, those who dared to challenge Zichen were undoubtedly true experts. Just one of those existences could destroy a group of them. However, such powerful existences could not defeat Zichen even if they joined forces. Who would dare to find trouble with Zichen at this juncture? Most of the Heaven Realm Masters present had ugly expressions, but there were some who looked at Zichen in the image with inexplicable excitement in their eyes. These 3 people have comprehended more than 60 types of laws. but they still can't defeat Ziqin. Moreover, Ziqin has caused great losses to the heaven-defying masters. The others are almost scared. Ziqin comes from this world. I believe that there will be something in this world that can suppress him. Qi Wei's words were very sincere. The cold-looking young man said, "Laws don't represent everything. I have only comprehended 5 types of laws, but I don't think I'm weaker than someone who has comprehended 60 types of laws." The young man in armor also said proudly, "Weapons don't represent combat power. At the very least, I can block one of his arrows with 100% certainty." In an instant, several people chose to take a strong stance. Their words were full of contempt for Ziqin. Qi Wei was very satisfied with this. This world was indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Among these people, Qi Wei could sense that there were several powerful existences. The temptation of Saint Crystals was indeed great. The other forces who had not dared to make a move previously also expressed their willingness to deal a fatal blow to Ziqin at the critical moment. Ever since the last 2 heaven-defying masters were killed, no heaven-defying masters dared to find trouble with Ziqin for a very long time. After traversing more than half of the 3rd continent, Ziqin finally encountered 3 heaven-defying masters. The 3 chose to join forces as soon as they arrived, but they were all killed by Ziqin one by one. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. This time, everyone believed that no heaven-defying masters would dare to find trouble with Ziqin again. All the heaven-defying masters were waiting for the strongest Qi Wei to come and fight Ziqin. Then they would decide who the heaven-defying masters belonged to. However, the news that everyone received was that Qi Wei had no intention of coming to find Ziqin. He was still in the 1st continent, seemingly waiting for Ziqin to come knocking on his door. While moving forward, Ziqin suddenly stopped and raised his head to look around. A hint of vigilance gradually appeared in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Seeing Ziqin suddenly stop and show a very vigilant look, Yiqian turned around and asked in confusion. Ziqin did not open his mouth. His gaze continued to move, sweeping across every inch of space and sweeping across every corner. The vigilance in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The existences that were tailing in the distance also stopped moving forward when they saw Ziqin suddenly stop. In the next moment, Ziqin's gaze fell on them. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes as he looked at them over and over again, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. "What's going on?" Seeing Ziqin as if he was facing a great enemy, Yiqian came to Ziqin's side and asked in confusion. "I feel a murderous aura," Ziqin said in a deep voice. "Murderous aura? Why didn't I feel it? Is it an illusion?" Yiqian asked. Chapter 1979. Ziqin stood there inexplicably. His cold eyes and the faint aura around him made the cultivators in the distance nervous and frightened. They did not understand why Ziqin had such an expression. It should be known that when Ziqin fought against 3 heaven-defying cultivators, he did not show such an expression. "Friend, you have a friend." Unlike the others who were nervous, Yiqian was more surprised by Ziqin's words. Along the way, Ziqin had always shown a somewhat fake arrogance. He never thought that he had friends, or that anyone was qualified to be his friend. But today, Ziqin took the initiative to mention the word friend. This was very novel and surprising to Yiqian. Of course, after looking around and not finding anything suspicious, Ziqin closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, slowly spreading it in all directions. "My friend is good at assassination. I have been with him for a long time, so I am very familiar with this murderous aura." "Could that be your friend?" "Maybe it's just a prank," Yiqian said. "Impossible. The 2 auras are different." Yiqian clearly could not understand Ziqin's certainty. She said doubtfully, "Among the people I pay attention to, there doesn't seem to be anyone who is good at assassination. Moreover, heaven-defying cultivators are the strongest in their own world. They don't need to use such a sneaky method to kill people. Ziqin, who still did not find anything unusual, retracted his spiritual sense and opened his eyes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Who said that this person must be a heaven-defying cultivator?" When Yi Qian heard this, she was shocked. Someone who could make Ziqin treat him like this was not a heaven-defying realm cultivator. She lost her composure and said, "You mean that the person who came is just an ordinary heaven realm cultivator?" In the eyes of all heaven-defying cultivators, as long as they were not heaven-defying cultivators, they were just ordinary heaven realm cultivators. He is an ordinary heaven realm cultivator and an assassin among ordinary heaven realm cultivators. Assassins are existences who specialize in assassination. Ziqin nodded and stepped forward. "You found him?" Yi Qian followed. "No." Ziqin shook his head. Then he left. Yi Qian asked again. She did not understand why Ziqin, whose expression had just become solemn, suddenly relaxed again. "No." Ziqin shook his head again and said, "Let's not look for him. If he wants to come out, he will jump out himself." Yi Qian, who had not sensed anything earlier, could not help but ask in puzzlement, "He's just a normal heaven realm cultivator. Is he really that strong?" When he heard Yi Qian's words, Ziqin thought of an organization from a long time ago. They were born assassins. Because of Zhang Haoyan's existence, Ziqin wouldn't simply assume that the organization had disappeared. This was an extremely ancient organization that had not shown itself for a long time. Who would have thought that they would target him this time? Ziqin did not think that he was wrong about that aura. Only a real assassin could have that kind of aura. Moreover, the other party did not intentionally leak his aura. The reason why Ziqin could sense it was because he had been with Zhang Haoyan for a long time. He was familiar with the feeling of an assassin hiding his aura. Since they were assassins, they naturally did not distinguish good from evil. They only had benefits in their eyes. This time, when he sensed the assassin, Ziqin guessed what kind of benefits had moved him. It was the fragments of the shield. Ziqin did not know, and he did not need to know. The only thing he could do was to kill all the existences that wanted to kill him. Moving forward again, looking at Ziqin, who had become silent, Yi Qian's face was not as indifferent as before. This world was called the Life Star, and it could give birth to the strongest heaven-defying warriors. It was normal for some other strong existences to appear during this period. Yi Qian's face suddenly changed. She looked at the figure in front of her in disbelief. There was one person standing there. There was only one person. Along the way, the power Ziqin had shown was enough to frighten the whole world. Now, without 3 to 5 strong heaven-defying warriors, no one dared to trouble Ziqin. The fact also proved that the heaven-defying warriors were almost scared out of their wits. They did not dare to provoke Ziqin anymore. But now, the heaven-defying warriors did not dare to come, but the ordinary heaven realm experts did. Moreover, they did not come in a big group. There was only one person. A young man with a cold face wearing armor stood in the middle of the road, blocking their way. Ziqin looked at the young man. He did not look surprised. Ziqin, who was moving forward, stopped and looked at the other calmly. The young man's body was shining. His aura surged, showing off his sharpness. Obviously, he was not an assassin who was good at hiding. Luo Yao. Looking at Ziqin, the young man opened his mouth, his voice cold. A member of the Luo family. Ziqin said indifferently. This was the first human enemy of the same level that he faced after returning to this world. At the same time, information about the Luo family appeared in Ziqin's mind. The Luo family was not good at fighting. They were best at refining. They were the original inhabitants of this world. They claimed that they were the orthodox bloodline of the Jianwu continent and were very arrogant. Looking at the young man in front of him, his armor flashed with golden light. Although his aura was suppressed, it was not difficult to guess that it was a heaven-level armor. He was not good at magic, but he dared to challenge Ziqin. He must be wearing something of the highest quality. Apart from Luo Yao, no one else from the Luo family appeared. Obviously, such a large family did not want to completely fall out with Zichen. If the matter was investigated, they could push the blame to Luo Yao for Zichen. Looking at Luo Yao and then turning to look at Zichen, Yi Qian could not help but feel puzzled. She wondered if the two sides were really going to fight. She did not understand. Luo Yao was not even a defiant. Where did he get the confidence to challenge Zichen? However, Luo Yao used his actions to tell Yi Qian that he was not here to make up the numbers. He was here to fight. A long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was a heaven-level weapon, and it released a powerful aura. Holding the spear with both hands, Luo Yao spun the tip of the spear. He stepped on the ground and rushed toward Zichen. Golden light shone around him, and waves of blazing energy were emitted. This energy leaned toward Zichen's extreme yang attribute, but it was not so extreme. Seeing that Luo Yao had already launched an attack, Zichen did not hold back. The heavenly blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. Clang! The long blade hit the spear, and a loud clang was heard. A powerful force emerged from the blade, trying to send Luo Yao flying through the spear. However, Luo Yao's armor suddenly lit up with rays of light. This light formed layers of ripples that spread out and began to counteract the powerful force contained in Zichen's attack. As the ripples spread, the spear, which had neutralized the powerful force, was like a bolt of lightning. It stuck close to the long blade, and amid the sparks it went straight for Zichen's brow. Zichen tilted his head, and the long blade in his hand moved forward. The spear brushed past his brow, and a sharp light of energy broke into the void behind Zichen. Luo Yao's attack missed. He shouted and swept the spear in his hand with the force of 10,000 pounds. Clang! Zichen withdrew his blade and blocked the attack. Terrifying energy spread. In the midst of the energy stalemate, Zichen looked at Luo Yao, who had a cold smile on his face. He suddenly changed his grip on the spear with both hands, and a short sword appeared in his empty hand. The short sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced toward Zichen's heart. Swoosh! A light flashed under Zichen's feet. He took a few steps back and dodged the attack. Zichen steadied himself and looked forward. Luo Yao's armor was shining. He held the short sword in his left hand and the spear in his right. He stood in the air like a god of war and looked at him coldly. It took a long time to describe, but in fact the speed of the exchange was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged several blows, and Zichen was forced to retreat. She thought that this would be a battle with great disparity. Who would have thought that the one who was forced to retreat was Zichen? Yi Qian's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Luo Yao, who was just an ordinary heaven realm warrior, in disbelief. She had seen the previous battle with her own eyes. In a head-on confrontation, Zichen was forced to retreat. Fortunately, it was Zichen. If it was someone else, like Jian, they would not have such fast reaction speed. They would have been injured by Luo Yao's quick attacks. Jian had not been able to make Zichen retreat even a single step from the beginning to the end. But now, as soon as Luo Yao came up, Zichen was forced to retreat. From this point of view, Luo Yao was stronger than Jian. This was the first time Yi Qian had seen such a powerful, ordinary heaven realm warrior. She was very shocked. The cultivators who came later were also shocked. When they saw that Zichen's opponent was a human, their faces were filled with excitement. According to Zichen's previous reputation, a powerful being from the Zhanwu continent had suppressed him and even defeated him. This did not affect the Zhanwu continent's reputation at all. The temporary loss did not make Zichen show the slightest dismay. He just smiled faintly, looked at Luo Yao's armor and said, "Good armor. Interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed forward with his saber. The heaven-defying energy in his body kept pouring into the saber. A violent aura appeared on the saber. Feeling the aura coming from the saber, Luo Yao's face changed. With a loud shout, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his spear. The heavenly saber slashed down. The heaven-defying saber light shone brightly as it slashed down on the spear. Clang! A sharp and even ear-piercing sound was heard. Luo Yao's whole body was glowing. His weapon, body, and armor seemed to be connected to form a whole. The destructive power contained in Zi Chen's attack was completely neutralized. However, Zi Chen's attack was indeed too strong. Luo Yao's body shook visibly. After the first attack, Zi Chen attacked again. Once again, he slashed out with his saber. The dazzling saber light illuminated the world. The power contained in this attack was 3 times stronger than before. Clang! The sound of clanging echoed in the world. This time, Luo Yao took a step back and completely neutralized Zi Chen's attack. Clang! Clang! Zi Chen continued to attack. Each attack was faster and stronger than the last. Under the continuous attacks, Luo Yao's steps gradually became disordered, and he began to retreat. Clang! Chapter 1980. Under the barrage of attacks, Luo Yao lost his grip on the spear and was sent flying. Although most of the energy was absorbed by the armor, the remaining energy still caused Luo Yao's internal organs to be shaken. He coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Blood flowed down the armor. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Luo Yao looked at Zi Chen again. There was a touch of fear in his eyes. Zi Chen's sudden burst of power was so strong that it was somewhat beyond his expectations. Spear, come back. His eyes narrowed slightly. With a cold shout, the spear turned into a stream of light and returned to his hand. Luo Yao stood with the spear in his hand. The light was shining, and his fighting spirit was rising. Looking at Luo Yao, who was still in a strong state, Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. At this moment, he had to admire the Luo family's refining methods. If it weren't for the unique refining methods used to refine the armor and celestial weapon, Luo Yao, who was not very strong, would not have been able to fight with Zi Chen for so long. Yi Qian's beautiful eyes flashed. Today, she had seen the peculiarities of the Zhan Wu continent. Of all the heaven-defying cultivators that Zi Chen had fought before, there had never been a single one that could force Zi Chen to use so much effort to attack. Under normal circumstances, the winner and loser would be decided very quickly. But today, Zi Chen was fighting an ordinary Heaven Realm cultivator, and it was hard to tell who was better. Seeing that there was an existence in the Zhan Wu continent who could fight with Zi Chen, the spectators were very happy and excited. However, the faces of the foreign races were not very good. Some of the heaven-defying cultivators were even shocked to see Luo Yao, who was almost unscathed under Zi Chen's fierce attacks. Luo Yao alone had shown that he had surpassed most of the heaven-defying cultivators. Looking at Luo Yao from afar, Zi Chen put away his long saber, and the mystical dragon bow appeared in his hand. As soon as the bow appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone stared at the dragon-shaped bow without blinking. This was because as the bow entered the ranks of the heavenly soldiers, the number of heaven-defying people who died under the bow had already reached double digits. Luo Yao had seen the scene of Zi Chen using the dragon god Bao to kill the heaven-defying cultivator in Yan Wei's crystal ball. Now that he saw Zi Chen take out the dragon god Bao, his pupils shrank and his expression tensed up. Although he had once said that Zi Chen's divine dragon Bao was only SOSO and that he was confident in blocking it, it was still about an arrow that could kill a heaven-defying cultivator. At this moment, he had to be cautious. He put away the heaven-grade short sword and gripped the spear with both hands again. The blazing rule power in his body began to surge, causing space to distort. His body lit up, and the light illuminated the armor. The light of energy flowing on the armor converged into the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear flickered with cold light. At that moment, the spear in Luo Yao's hand and the armor on his body seemed to have become a part of his body. There were no longer any flaws in his body. It was as if he was a statue carved from a piece of stone. It was a single entity. Essence chi surged in all directions. Ziqin pulled the dragon god bow to the fullest. The dragon god arrow appeared on the bowstring on its own, emitting a dazzling golden light. The arrow turned into a dragon and then an arrow. When it turned into a dragon, it was mysterious and unfathomable. When it turned into an arrow, it revealed its sharpness and murderous intent. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated and the arrow was shot out. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the world. The arrow turned into a dragon and rushed toward Luo Yao. Luo Yao felt the aura lock on him. He even sensed that his vitality was locked on. He knew that this arrow could not be avoided. He saw bits of fire on the dragon. As the heir of a family of armorers, he knew that it was the fire from the outer sky that even the heavens feared. It was something that could only be chanced upon but not sought. The arrow with the heavenly fire was naturally several times stronger. It was natural that it could kill those heaven-defying cultivators. Luo Yao's expression did not change as he looked at the arrow flying toward him. The light on his body became even more dazzling. His body lit up with an even more dazzling light. This light turned into energy that passed through his body, the armor, the spear, and finally to the tip of the spear. The entire tip of the spear lit up as if there was a sun on it. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. Luo Yao raised the spear. His movements seemed slow, but he raised it above his head in an instant. Then he exerted force and brought it down. It was still not fast, but it broke through the void and landed before the arrow. Clang! The tip of the spear fell and hit the arrow. The two collided, and a loud clang resounded through the world. The energy on the tip of the spear exploded, forming a terrifying energy storm. The arrow that had always been successful was hit by a huge impact. It turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance. It was forcefully repelled. Looking at the arrow that was repelled, Yi Qian's expression changed. This was the first time she saw someone use such a method to block the dragon god's arrow. Luo Yao's move alone was much more powerful than those heaven-defying cultivators. There was already a commotion in the distance. Everyone was looking at the battlefield excitedly. Today, they might be able to see Ziqin defeated. After repelling the arrow, Luo Yao's expression became even more indifferent. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He used the momentum of his attack to pass through the violent energy. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed toward Ziqin. Looking at the fast golden light and feeling the terrifying power in it, Ziqin's eyes flashed with surprise. He put away the divine dragon bow and began to form seals with both hands. The speed of his seals was not fast. In fact, it was a little slow. However, in the short distance that Luo Yao's golden light traveled, the seals were completed. This visual illusion was very similar to Luo Yao's attack just now. They were both extremely fast. Extreme Yang. Ziqin raised his eyes to look at the incoming golden light. As the last seal was completed, he shouted in his mind. The golden seal carried the violent power of thunder. It flew toward the golden light and then exploded. Boom! Only a golden ripple spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, the void was forcibly cut open. In the violent golden light, there was a sudden groan. Luo Yao, who was charging forward, was sent flying again. While flying, he coughed up blood again. His expression was still cold. The murderous intent in his eyes was still strong. Ji-en was defeated and seriously injured when facing Extreme Yang. Now, Luo Yao was only coughing up blood. His spirit was still strong. Not only was he not seriously injured, but he also did not have any light injuries. More than 99% of the violent energy of Extreme Yang was neutralized by the golden armor. The remaining energy was not enough to hurt him. Seeing that Luo Yao was not even slightly injured, Ziqin's expression gradually turned solemn. With his battle strength, an ordinary celestial weapon would have been destroyed long ago. However, the weapon in Luo Yao's hand was still in perfect condition, and it could even protect Luo Yao perfectly. The light trembled. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi-Chen's back. The bright silver light contrasted sharply with the golden light around Zi-Chen. The energy trembled. The blood in Zi-Chen's body began to flow faster. An increasingly powerful force emerged from his body. A violent aura filled the world. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The aura exuding from Zi-Chen's body was frightening. Luo Yao's hand, which was holding the spear, was also trembling. The corner of his eyes twitched. The current Zi-Chen was obviously stronger than before. He felt that he was in great danger. However, out of absolute confidence in his armor, he still raised the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed at Zi-Chen. The light of energy was swallowed by the tip of the spear. Swoosh! Zi-Chen's body flashed and disappeared. He had demonstrated extreme teleportation. Die! Just as Zi-Chen's body disappeared, Luo Yao let out a roar. He instantly turned around and stabbed forward with the spear. Boom! The void exploded. A huge black hole appeared. In the black hole, Zi-Chen's body was shredded into pieces. However, before Luo Yao could reveal the slightest trace of a smile on his face, he felt an enormous power coming from the side. Following that, his body was uncontrollably sent flying high into the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zi-Chen beside him. His body was flashing with a dazzling golden light. A powerful aura filled the world. The light on the armor was distorted. It constantly dissolved the power contained in the attack. Sensing that the energy could not penetrate his body, Luo Yao looked at Zi-Chen with a disdainful smile. Zi-Chen sneered. Aren't you just relying on a turtle shell? If that's all you have, then I will break it today. Let's see if you still have confidence. Relying on, hearing Zi-Chen's words, the disdain in Luo Yao's eyes deepened. However, before he could finish a sentence, he saw Zi-Chen's body dissipate like smoke. His pupils shrank. Before Luo Yao could react, he felt a huge force coming from the top of his head. This force spread from the top of his head to the rest of his body. It immediately changed Luo Yao's direction, causing him to fall down. Zi-Chen was above Luo Yao's head. He was just in time to retract his golden footprints. The wind whistled in his ears. His body was surrounded by violent energy. The armor was still dissolving this energy. Luo Yao's body surged with light, trying to stabilize his falling body. Bang! There was an explosion in the air. Luo Yao felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. This force caused his body to bend like a shrimp. Then the violent energy exploded. His body was forced to change direction again. The fastest speed in the world is indeed powerful. Looking at Zi-Chen's unpredictable figure and Luo Yao's constantly changing direction in the air, Yi Qian's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. The cheers from before gradually disappeared after Zi-Chen showed his power. At this moment, Luo Yao could not even control his body's balance in the face of Zi-Chen's fastest speed in the world, let alone counterattack. Just as Zi-Chen had said, the only thing Luo Yao could rely on now was the powerful defense of his armor. However, with each of Zi-Chen's attacks, the terrifying energy continued to converge on the armor. Although the armor was still dissolving this energy because there was too much of it, it was starting to feel weak. Finally, after more than 10 attacks from Zi-Chen, causing Luo Yao to change direction more than 10 times, the light of energy on the surface of his armor began to distort violently. Boom! The light of energy finally reached its limit and exploded. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of Luo Yao's armor. Break! Chapter 1981. The armor exploded. Without his strongest weapon, the remaining destructive energy gushed into Luo Yao's body in a frenzy. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard all over the place. The energy that had been poured into Luo Yao's body had forcibly shattered many of his bones and organs. Puff! Luo Yao coughed up blood again. There were bits of his organs in his blood. Luo Yao, who was originally cold, was now looking at Zi-Chen with a face full of fear. Without his armor, his strength was relatively weak. But now he was seriously injured in an instant. His pale face was devoid of blood. He was full of confidence before he came. But who could be stronger? Zichen was so strong that even the most powerful weapon of the Luo family, the armor that was condensed using special techniques, could not withstand Zichen's attack and was forcibly shattered. This time, Zichen did not only destroy the armor, but also the confidence of Luo Yao and the entire Luo family. Die. The dragon god's bow appeared in Zichen's hand again. With a surge of golden light, the dragon god's bow was instantly drawn to a full moon. With a loud and clear dragon roar, he looked at Luo Yao with eyes full of murderous intent. Zichen's murderous intent towards Luo Yao was even stronger than that of the heaven-defying alien tribe because the latter was his enemy. It was normal for enemies to kill each other. However, the humans of the Zhanwu continent were different. In the case of an invasion by an alien tribe, the humans here should unite and kill the alien tribe together. Even if they were not united, it was fine for them to go their separate ways. However, there was a bottom line in this. In Zichen's eyes, this bottom line was that they should not kill each other. Zichen hated internal strife and killing each other, not to mention when there were foreign enemies invading. Naturally, he hated such things even more. Therefore, Luo Yao must die. He wanted to make an example out of him. Feeling Zichen's murderous intent, Luo Yao's face was filled with fear. He no longer had the heart to fight and decided to run. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated as the arrow tore through the air and arrived in front of Luo Yao in an instant. The aura of death enveloped Luo Yao. At this moment of life and death, Luo Yao's eyes flashed with coldness and craziness. He lifted the long spear in his hand like a long rod and smashed it towards the arrow. Explode! Without his armor and severely injured, Luo Yao knew very well that he couldn't block this attack with his current strength. Therefore, when the two sides collided, Luo Yao shouted decisively. Boom! The heaven-grade spear in Luo Yao's hand exploded with a loud boom, forming a berserk force that engulfed the dragon god arrow, blocking its sure-kill momentum. The moment the arrow stopped, Luo Yao couldn't care less about his weapon. He immediately turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Using a heaven-grade weapon as the price to block Zichen's arrow was a great loss. With the arrow blocked, Zichen saw Luo Yao running away. He narrowed his eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. However, just as he was about to give chase, he saw a bright light suddenly appear on Luo Yao's body. This light was different from his original energy. After it appeared, it completely enveloped Luo Yao's body. Then Luo Yao's body and the light disappeared in an instant. Seeing that Luo Yao didn't disappear in an ordinary way, Zichen was stunned. Swoosh! Just as Zichen was stunned, the void behind him broke open. A heaven-grade long sword appeared from the void and pierced through the void, aiming at the back of Zichen's head. This scene happened so suddenly that it was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword that pierced through the air was also extremely fast. When the crowd saw this sword, they didn't even have time to exclaim before the sword light was already in front of Zichen. However, the sword that was supposed to be aimed at the back of Zichen's head was now aimed at his glabella. This was because Zichen had sensed danger approaching in an instant. Before the long sword pierced the back of his head, he met the long sword head-on. After turning around, Zichen saw a man in black under the cold light of the sword light. The other party was wearing a black mask, so his face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of indifferent eyes that were filled with murderous intent could be seen. However, when this pair of eyes met with Zichen's, his pupils shrank. Obviously, Zichen's reaction surprised him. However, piercing the back of the head and glabella was the same. His eyes became cold again, but then there was another change. He only saw a bright blade light reflected in his eyes. It was Zichen who had launched an attack the moment he turned around, slashing his blade towards the black-clothed man. Although this slash wasn't Zi Chen's full strength, it was still 70% of his strength. Unless the other party had the same armor as Luo Yao, he would definitely be dismembered. At this moment, facing Zi Chen's slash, the other party only had two choices. The first was to decisively retreat and avoid the attack. The second was to decisively rush forward and pierce Zi Chen's glabella with his weapon. If he was lucky, he would kill Zi Chen first. If he was unlucky, both of them would be seriously injured. His eyes changed again, and there was a flash of coldness and viciousness. The masked man in black didn't hesitate too much. He had already made up his mind. Seeing the other party's cold eyes, Zi Chen was very clear about the other party's choice. The corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile, and the slash of the sword light increased in speed again. Seeing the sudden increase in speed, the man in black's eyes flashed with horror. At this speed, his attack was obviously not faster than Zi Chen's. However, it was obviously too late to regret now. The sword light flashed past, and Zi Chen cut the masked man in black first. Swish! 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 However, before the saber light could cut through Zi Chen's body, powerful energy surged out from the left, right, and back of Zi Chen. The void was forcibly torn apart, and three men in black appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the three sharp sword lights pierced through the void and headed for Zi Chen's head. At this moment, Zi Chen's long sword had already pierced the first man's body. He could only move forward and not retreat. Now his whole body was full of openings. In the face of the three sword lights, he couldn't dodge or counterattack. He could only be slaughtered. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was a meticulously designed sure-kill situation. Seeing three more men in black appear, Yi Qian was utterly shocked. There were a total of 4 men hiding in the dark, but she had failed to notice them. She had only sensed the slightest fluctuation when the other party attacked. Seeing this sure-kill situation, her mind was completely shaken. She feared that she was not the target. She could not help but feel worried for Zi Chen. The powerful Zi Chen must not die to such an assassination attempt. Sensing the 3 auras and the chilling killing intent, Zi Chen's expression did not change much. His hand, which was holding onto Skyblade, remained steady. His attack did not weaken, nor did he stop for a moment. The appearance of his helpers was so sudden that the first man in black thought that he had seen a chance at survival. As long as Zi Chen showed the slightest hesitation, the sword in his hand would be able to pierce Zi Chen's glabella first. Then, Zi Chen's head would be completely crushed. However, he was disappointed and despaired. Puff! The sharp blade flashed, and the man in black was cut in two. The powerful sword instantly lost all its power. The sword stopped when it came into contact with the light shield that had just appeared in front of Zi Chen. Then it fell to the ground. The life force of the man in black also dissipated in an instant. This was the difference between a heaven-defying cultivator and an ordinary heaven realm cultivator. Heaven-defying energy could easily destroy their life force. Following the death of the first black-robed man, the attacks of the other 3 black-robed men had already reached Zi Chen. According to their calculations, Zi Chen would not be able to dodge or counterattack at the moment. Zi Chen did not move. When the 3 swords were about to pierce his head, he silently chanted, "Thunderous blade manipulation." When the 3 swords were about to pierce Zi Chen's head, a cruel smile appeared in the eyes of the 3 men in black. Then, they saw a vague light appear beside Zi Chen. This light circled around Zi Chen. Puff, puff, puff. 3 soft sounds rang out between heaven and earth. A bloody hole appeared in the heads of the 3 men in black. The 3 attacks stopped beside Zi Chen. The 3 swords were powerful enough to crush Zi Chen's head. However, they only cut off a few strands of Zi Chen's black hair before they used up all their energy. The movements of the 3 men suddenly stopped. As if they had been immobilized, they floated in the air parallel to each other. This change happened too quickly. Many people didn't see what happened in the middle of it all. Boom! Behind Ziqin, another powerful energy came out. Along with this energy, an even brighter and more powerful sword light appeared. Since it was a sure-kill situation, Ziqin was very thoughtful. Therefore, the third attack appeared. At this moment, Ziqin, who had his hands free, turned around, raised his long saber and chopped down. Under the illumination of the bright saber light, Ziqin saw a pair of cold eyes filled with panic. The owner of the eyes began to retreat. At the same time, the sword light blocked the saber light. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded through heaven and earth. The man in black, who had just rushed forward, groaned and broke into the void again. Thunder saber manipulation. Looking at the man who was about to escape, Ziqin's eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted angrily. The mini saber spirit that had just appeared turned into a small heavenly saber again. The moment the void closed, it rushed in. This was a real sure-kill attack. One after another, one after another. It was believed that if Ziqin had only shown this much strength, he would have died in this encirclement. The saber spirit chased after the man in black. Ziqin's mind was still in a tense state because the familiar aura from before had not dissipated. Hum, 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 hum. The void trembled and streaks of light appeared. Following that, streaks of sharp sword light appeared from all directions. With the speed of lightning, they carried a sure-kill attack and stabbed towards Ziqin. Chapter 1982. The sky trembled, and the void began to shatter. First, it was one area, then another, and finally the entire sky. With Ziqin as the center, the space around him was completely shattered, and he was in the middle of a black hole. Waves after waves of murderous intent surged from all directions and locked onto Ziqin. That aura was extremely oppressive and terrifying. Sword light appeared from the shattered void, and each sword light was controlled by a person. There were more than a dozen people, and each of them was dressed in black and had a black mask on their faces. Their expressions were cold. The chain of killing intent was not over yet. The sword light covered all directions. At this moment, Ziqin had no way out. Facing these sword lights that completely sealed off all his escape routes, all he could do was to pick up the saber in his hand and slash at the enemies in front of him. The advancing sword lights were fast and slow. They did not seem to have any pattern, but they seemed to be filled with a strange trajectory. Being in the middle of the sword lights, Ziqin knew very well that these fast and slow sword lights were to catch him off guard and make it impossible for him to resist. Even if he dodged an attack, more would come. This was a sure-kill situation, and it was already the fourth time in a row. Each time, it was a sure-kill situation. Obviously, the opponents were not careless, nor did they underestimate Ziqin. His gaze quickly swept across these black-clothed people. Ziqin's perfect spiritual senses immediately deduced many ways to get out of this situation, but he quickly eliminated them one by one. At this moment, the most likely way to succeed was to use extreme speed. Ziqin's perfect spiritual senses also gave him an answer. Using extreme speed was very likely to avoid this sure-kill situation, and he would suffer less injuries. However, Ziqin's keen intuition told him that this method was not safe, because if he could think of it, his opponents would not overlook it. Now that the world's fastest speed had almost become Ziqin's trademark, everyone naturally knew about it. On this battlefield, there was not so much time for Ziqin to hesitate. As soon as the doubt appeared in his mind, he decisively gave up on extreme speed and chose to forcibly break through. Hum! Heaven-defying energy appeared on the surface of his body and turned into pure energy, adhering to the surface of his body. After gradually forming a scale, it exploded with destructive fluctuations. This fluctuation turned into a violent ripple that spread out in all directions. This was Ziqin's most powerful attack. Even if it was hastily displayed, Ziqin believed that some of the assassins would be forced back. The ripples spread out and collided with the sword light, causing the sword light to tremble slightly. The ripples spread out again and collided with the assassins. Under the push of the powerful energy, some of them were unable to withstand the pressure and were instantly sent flying. Nearly half of the people were sent flying, but the other half managed to block the energy impact. Their attack speed did not decrease, and the sharp sword light directly pierced towards Zi-Chen's body. Swoosh! The moment these sword lights struck, Zi-Chen held the saber with both hands and spread his feet apart. His entire body began to spin on the spot, drawing a perfect circular saber arc. The moment this saber arc appeared, the thunder wings on Zi-Chen's back trembled, and a mysterious power spread out. This power spread out in all directions, and when the energy came into contact with the sword light, the speed of the sword light clearly paused. The energy shocked the perfect saber arc and then the rapid pause. Zi-Chen believed that after 3 attacks, he should be able to dodge most of the attacks. Many sword lights approached, and Zi-Chen displayed 3 changes. In a short moment, under such a situation where he was sure to kill, it was already very impressive to be able to display 3 changes. After 3 changes, many of the attacks had already arrived, and Zi-Chen went from active to passive. Pooh! 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 The sword lights easily broke through Zi-Chen's defense and then pierced towards Zi-Chen. Some were repelled by the perfect saber arc as they moved forward, while others passed through the saber arc and pierced into Zi-Chen's body. Zi-Chen's strong defense, which was comparable to a heaven-rank soldier's, did not block too many attacks for him. The sharp attacks that came prepared broke through his defense, one after another. At this moment, the only thing Zi-Chen could do was to use the saber arc to repel these attacks and force these attackers to retreat. Swoosh! Just as Zi-Chen exhausted all his strength, the 5th change came. A monstrous killing intent appeared above Zi-Chen's head, firmly locking onto him and suppressing him. As this killing intent appeared, Zi-Chen's pores opened, and his hair stood on end. A long-lost sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of his heart. He did not even need to think to know that this was the final killing intent. It was also the last part of this chain of killing moves, and it was also the part that would determine the outcome of this battle. Boom! Energy exploded around him, and the thunder wings on his back were fully extended. Zi-Chen, who was in the middle of spinning, tapped his feet, tilted his head slightly, and spread out the thunder wings behind him. As his body moved backward, the thunder wings blocked 3 attacks for Zi-Chen. Among them, they forcefully repelled 2 heaven-rank longswords and forced an assassin to retreat. However, there was still one attack that pierced through Zi-Chen's back, completely penetrating his body, and the tip of the sword appeared in front of his heart. Swish! Just as Zi-Chen was retreating, a sharp, sure-kill sword light swept past Zi-Chen's head. The sword light, along with its owner, disappeared after the first attack. From the beginning of the attack to the end, no one could see his face. Poof! Zi-Chen, who was retreating, was knocked backward. When a long sword pierced through his body, the long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed backward, piercing through the chest of an assassin. From afar, Zi-Chen seemed to be fighting back before his death, directly dragging the assassin down with him. On the battlefield, the first wave of attacks had ended, and all the surviving assassins had scattered. The delayed sound of metal clashing could be heard. No one was fighting, but there was a sound. The atmosphere was a little strange. The whole hall was silent. All the spectating cultivators, including the heaven-defying cultivators, were watching the battle with their mouths agape. Their expressions were a little sluggish. After Luo Yao's defeat and escape, a series of changes took place on the battlefield. These rapid changes were difficult for them to keep up with, and they could only stand there and watch in a daze. Zi-Chen, under such a sudden attack, reacted quickly and avoided all kinds of sure-kill attacks until the last killing move ended. Under such a sudden change, Yi Qian, who was equally shocked, now had lingering fear and dread in her beautiful eyes. She didn't pay much attention to Luo Yao's appearance earlier. She didn't try to back away either. She was very close to the battlefield, and under such circumstances, she could feel the killing intent. Even though she wasn't directly involved, being so close to the battlefield made her feel as though she was there. There were 5 rings in the killing move. In the eyes of many, the first 2 rings were already a sure-kill situation. Once the 3rd ring was used, few could withstand it, but then there were the 4th and 5th rings. Yi Qian asked herself, if she was caught off guard and faced the 5-ring killing move, she would undoubtedly die. She raised her head to look at the scene, her eyes wide open, filled with worry. Although Yi Qian was shocked by these assassins' meticulous planning and precise calculations, she did not approve of them in her heart. It was still the same sentence. If Ziqin died under this kind of assassination, it would not be worth it. The first wave of battle ended. Everyone stood in the air, motionless, as if time had stopped. The spectators in the distance also raised their heads and looked at the battlefield. After the shock, their faces showed eagerness again. Obviously, they wanted to know the situation of the battle. At this moment, Ziqin's body was almost intimately connected to a black-clothed man. The latter used a sharp sword to pierce through his heart from the back, while he used a long saber to pierce through the man's chest. 1 saber and 1 sword implicating the 2. Not far behind Ziqin, a black-clothed man was half kneeling in the air. He no longer had a heaven-grade weapon in his hand. His hands were clutching his stomach. Waves of energy were flowing through his hands, but it was still unable to stop the gurgling blood. In another place, a black-clothed man still had a weapon in his hand, but the wound on his neck was very obvious. His aura had become extremely unstable. There was another black-clothed man standing a few hundred meters away. There was no big wound on his body, only a shallow saber mark. This was behind Ziqin, while in front of Ziqin there were 3 black-clothed men lying on the ground. Within their cold and indifferent eyes there was a trace of pain, as well as a trace of unwillingness. Behind them were 4 black-clothed men standing. Their injuries were not serious, but their eyes showed the same unwillingness. These were the assassins who were still alive in the 4th wave of attacks. As for the dead, they had already lost their strength and fallen to the ground. Behind Ziqin, the assassin's eyes had already lost their light. His life force had already dissipated. Nearly 30% of the dozen assassins had died in the sudden attack. The remaining few were also seriously injured. This loss could be said to be huge. However, what everyone was more concerned about was whether Ziqin was alive or dead. As they looked up, their gazes fell on Ziqin. They saw that the black robe on Ziqin's chest had already been reduced to rags. In addition to the sword protruding from his chest, there were many wounds. Some were sword holes, some were sword scars. There were at least 20 of them. At the same time, there were sword scars on his shoulders and arms. There were even a few spots where golden bones could be seen. Of course, these injuries were not serious. The most serious was the wound on Ziqin's head. There was a sword scar that fell directly from the center of his eyebrows, followed by his nose and mouth, all the way to his chest. This was the most serious injury on Ziqin's body. It had come from the last attack, which had almost split him in 2. Ziqin's injuries looked extremely terrible. However, his eyes were still shining brightly. He looked like he was riddled with wounds, and his breathing was weak. However, the life force around him was still very strong. Under the gaze of all the cultivators present, Ziqin slowly shook his head and allowed the golden blood to splatter all over his body. He first pulled out his long saber from the assassin's body. Then he pulled his body out of the sword. After a series of grimacing, Ziqin, who had pulled out the sword, pushed the assassin lightly and sent him crashing to the ground. He then raised his long saber, ignoring the injuries on his body, and shouted into the void, "Your assassination skills are indeed not bad. Let's try again. P.S. It's midnight. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone." 8000. Chapter 1983. There were a total of 5 stages in this unexpected assassination. This kind of assassination was almost a sure-death situation. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there were so many sure-kill stages in order to kill a person. However, what was even more unexpected was that the opponent actually survived in this sure-kill situation. In this 5-stage assassination, not only did Zichen survive, but he also survived very well. During this period of time, he killed more than 10 assassins. In the face of an unexpected assassination, Zichen's counterattack was relatively weaker than his usual strong attacks. However, in this situation, Zichen was still able to kill more than 10 Heaven Realm experts. This showed how terrifying he was. At this moment, Zichen looked very miserable, but Zichen's aura was very stable and his vitality was also very strong. The golden, heaven-defying energy in his body began to revolve around the surface of his body. Then, like flowing water, it flowed towards the wounds. When the remaining energy in the wounds met the heaven-defying energy, it was as if it had met its nemesis. It was instantly destroyed by the heaven-defying energy. As the remaining energy in the wounds disappeared, Zichen's injuries also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the difference between a heaven-defying expert and an ordinary Heaven Realm expert. Although the assassination this time posed a great threat to Zichen, as long as Zichen didn't die, these terrifying wounds would quickly heal. The troublesome part was the last sure-kill sword and the sword that pierced through the heart. When dealing with the wounds in these 2 places, there was a lot of residual energy. It was very fatal and difficult to deal with. However, it was only difficult to deal with. Under the expulsion of the unique heaven-defying energy, the energy in the 2 wounds also dissipated. When the energy was completely expelled, Zichen's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zichen's injuries quickly healed. In this assassination, Zichen didn't suffer too many losses. On the other hand, more than 10 of his opponents died. In the process of healing, the bodies of the assassins who were standing or lying on the ground began to blur. When Zichen's injuries began to heal, their bodies turned into smoke and disappeared. As Zichen's injuries were completely healed, a sharp aura filled his entire body. There were no more assassins around him, and the oppressive aura between heaven and earth disappeared. All of the assassins left as quickly as they came. The assassin had left, and Zichen had recovered from his injuries, but the scene was still deathly silent. Golden light swirled around Zichen's body, enveloping his entire body. When the golden light disappeared, a brand new set of black robes appeared on Zichen's body. He appeared to be in high spirits. The scene was still deathly silent. No one made the slightest sound. It was especially so for the alien races and the heaven-defying experts among them. Their expressions were very complicated. There was shock, horror, fear, and so on. Luo Yao's strength had exceeded their expectations. It was the first time they had seen an ordinary Heaven Realm warrior who was no weaker than a heaven-defying realm warrior. However, the chain of assassinations formed by the ordinary Heaven Realm experts made everyone's hearts turn cold. The 5-ring assassinations were closely linked. The alien races saw this and were shocked. They had always looked down on the Heaven Realm warriors of the Zhan Wu continent. However, the 2 battles today had given them a new understanding of the Heaven Realm warriors of this world. They could not help but think that if the ordinary Heaven Realm warriors did not assassinate Zichen, but targeted the heaven-defying realm warriors, who could have escaped the 5-ring assassinations? It was only now that they realized how powerful and terrifying this world was. They also finally understood why so many heaven-defying realm warriors and powerful experts were unable to conquer this world every time the alien races invaded. In this silent atmosphere, Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd. From their frightened expressions, Zichen could guess what they were worried about and afraid of. However, their worries were superfluous. Whether it was Luo Yao or the assassins, they indeed had the strength to kill the heaven-defying realm warriors. However, they did not have any sense of justice and chose to target themselves. Looking down at the corpses on the ground, Zichen raised his hand and released a stream of energy. This stream of energy separated and wrapped around the corpses like spiritual snakes. Then it wrapped around the corpses and the heaven-defying realm warriors and brought them to Zichen's side and disappeared. These were heaven-grade materials. Although Zichen could not use them, there must be someone who could use them. They could not be wasted. After dealing with all this, Zichen glanced at Yi Qian and then at Black Tiger, who had already run far away. Then he turned and left. Yi Qian had already recovered from her previous shock. After slightly adjusting her emotions, she followed Zichen. Today, she also had a new understanding of this world. Black Tiger did not deliberately retreat this time. He walked to Zichen's side and looked at the thoughtful Zichen. He said, "I did not expect these guys to appear again. Do you know who they are?" Zichen asked. Then he understood. Black Tiger was once a saint. Naturally, he knew the origin of these assassins. Black Tiger did not avoid Yi Qian this time. He used to be very quiet. Now that he suddenly spoke, he successfully attracted Yi Qian's attention and made her very curious. An ancient alliance. You can call it the Assassin's Alliance or the Heavenly Assassin's Alliance. Black Tiger's words were very serious. It was as if saying this name required a lot of courage. It's really them. Zichen's expression was a little cold and a little gloomy. You know them? Black Tiger looked at Zichen curiously. I've met them before and had contact with them. I didn't expect them to have no bottom line back then, and even more so now. Hearing Zichen's angry tone, Black Tiger said disdainfully, "What's the bottom line?" The alliance has existed for a very long time and can be considered one of the few ancient organizations in this world. In their eyes, there is no good or evil, only profit. Every time they appear, the world will definitely be in chaos. They take advantage of the chaos to seek benefits, but at the same time, they will also suffer heavy casualties. In the past, many forces were angered by their actions and have joined forces to kill them several times. It seems that they have been uprooted every time, but every time there is chaos, they will always appear. Yi Qian had already sensed the terror of the assassins when they joined forces. At this moment, when she heard Black Tiger say that it was actually an alliance, she could not help but be surprised. The first attack almost killed Zichen. Such an existence was actually an ancient alliance. Then, wouldn't this alliance be a top force in the Zhanwu continent? Yi Qian was a neutral party and did not know about the existence of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. In fact, it was not only Yi Qian, but many other races also did not know about the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. This was because the price to hire them was too high. This price was something that even ordinary heaven-defying experts could not bear. They will also suffer heavy losses. Zichen was very surprised. Of course they don't attack, but once they do, they will attack with lightning speed. Those that they kill are all geniuses. If you want to kill such an existence, of course you have to pay a huge price. Just like today's attack on you, they will suffer heavy losses. However, their assassination methods are truly terrifying. In history, many powerful existences did not die at the hands of the other races, but were killed by assassination. As he spoke, Black Tiger shook his head. The name Heavenly Assassins Alliance was enough to intimidate most of the other races. Unfortunately, they were never used by any power. They only cared about benefits. Is there no history of assassins assassinating heaven-defying experts? There are but very few. Most of them assassinated heaven-defying experts of the Zhanwu continent. There were a few times when heaven-defying experts of other races accidentally provoked the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, so the Alliance's assassins would attack them. Under normal circumstances, they would not attack without benefits. What price did they have to pay? According to the number of people they attacked today, as well as the sure-kill phase, they must have paid a huge price to mobilize so many experts to kill you. From the looks of it, they must have promised you Saint Crystals. Saint Crystals. Saint Crystals. Zichen and Yi Qian looked at Black Tiger at the same time. Zi-Chen's face was filled with doubt, while Yi Qian's face was filled with shock. Looking at Yi Qian's expression, she obviously knew about the existence of Saint Crystals. This was because Saint Crystals were produced in the endless starry sky. The quality of Saint Crystals surpasses the heaven grade. They only have one use, and that is to allow a heaven realm expert to have a high chance of breaking through to the Saint grade. There's such a thing in this world. Zi-Chen could not help but be moved. Glancing at Zi-Chen, Black Tiger said, "Don't get too excited. Although Saint Crystals are rare treasures and have a chance of allowing heaven realm experts to break through to the Saint Road, they have no effect on heaven-defying experts. Even for ordinary heaven realm experts, it is not 100% guaranteed to break through. It can only increase the chances. Because of this uncertainty, I'm guessing that the assassins must have promised more than one Saint Crystal. Oh, by the way, the Zhanwu continent does not produce Saint Crystals. Only the star paths and the endless starry sky have them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is the other races who use Saint Crystals to issue assassination missions. Therefore, the ones who die are almost all geniuses of the Zhanwu continent." This result made Zi-Chen quite speechless. Such a powerful alliance with such brilliant assassination methods, but they were only willing to work for the other races. Next, Black Tiger talked about the Heavenly Assassins Alliance. This alliance was undoubtedly an existence that made all forces tremble in fear. While moving forward, Yi Qian realized that they were not taking the route to the second continent. Puzzled, she asked, "We seem to be going the wrong way." "That's right." Zi-Chen looked ahead. There seemed to be a grand city, vaguely appearing. "This is the route to the second continent." "No, we're taking a detour to the Luo family," Zi-Chen said in a low voice. This time they were intercepted by Luo Yao and then met with the assassins. Zi-Chen would not believe that the two were not related. Moreover, Zi-Chen suspected that Luo Yao's sudden attack had something to do with Saint Crystals. Otherwise, no one would dare to provoke Zi-Chen at this juncture. As for the so-called justice, it was pure nonsense. Everything was for profit. Chapter 1984. The Luo family was once the overlord of the Third Mainland. It was also an ancient family with a long history. Although it could not be compared to the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, it had experienced several invasions without declining. Such a huge force naturally had its own city. However, the Luo family had suffered a great loss in this invasion. Now, all the Luo family cultivators had retreated back to the Luo family's main city. The Luo family's main city was called Luobu City. It was named after the Luo family's first saint, Luobu. Zi-Chen's target this time was Luobu City. He wanted to go there to ask for an explanation. Looking at the Luo family's main city from afar, Zi-Chen was slightly startled. He saw that such a huge city was shrouded in a misty light. The misty light was a kind of energy. It supported the city, causing it to float between reality and illusion. It was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. Seeing the almost completely illusory city in front of him, Black Tiger shook his head and said, "It seems that they already guessed that you would come. The entire city has been sealed by a great array." Narrowing his eyes, Zi-Chen could not help but sneer. Even if it was a self-sealing city, the Luo family still had to give an explanation. Looking at the floating city in front of him, Zi-Chen stepped forward. Golden light began to flow around his body. The golden light flowed through his body like water. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Zi-Chen's body. Zi-Chen's body shone with golden light. His powerful aura filled the world. At this moment, his figure became incomparably tall, like the ruler of heaven and earth. His expression was cold. He took a step forward. The world trembled, the space constantly distorted, and the terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc. The huge city between reality and illusion became more and more blurry as the world trembled. Golden energy gushed out from Zi-Chen's body. It turned into a true dragon in front of him and rushed toward the illusory city. The golden true dragon moved forward. The space distorted. It entered the space and touched the array, causing the entire city to tremble. It's a true dragon. A true dragon has come. That's Zi-Chin. He's here. He was the one who summoned the true dragon. Why did he summon a true dragon? Is he going to attack the city? The golden dragon tore through space and appeared outside the formation. Its cold and emotionless eyes stared at the cultivators on the city wall through the formation. The guards on the city wall were shocked to see the true dragon suddenly appear. At the same time, they saw Zi-Chin in the outside world through the space and the array formation. When they saw Zi-Chin, they immediately recognized Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin's reputation was like the sun in the sky, and he was almost recognized as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. His portrait had already spread throughout the Zhanwu continent, and it could be said that he was a household name. Zi-Chen's appearance in the outside world immediately caused a small commotion. Many cultivators on the city walls were shocked as they looked at the golden dragon warily. At the same time, there were other cultivators who hurried to report the news. What's there to panic about? Isn't it just Zi-Chin? He can't come here to kill us. Even if he has the guts to come in, with this great array, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. On the city wall, a captain of the False Heaven Squad looked at the panicked crowd and said coldly. At the same time, he ignored the golden dragon and stared directly at Zi-Chin in the outside world with a provocative look. Bang! Suddenly, a huge force came from behind. With unstoppable power, it fell on the head of the False Heaven Squad leader. Powerful energy surged, and the False Heaven Squad leader's body exploded. Who's stealing? My lord! Why is it you? When his body was reassembled, the fake Heaven Squad leader's face was filled with shock and anger. However, when he turned around and saw the middle-aged man standing behind him, his expression immediately changed. The anger on his face instantly turned into a flattering smile. The middle-aged man had the strength of the heaven realm. He stared indifferently at the squad leader and said coldly, "If you want to die, get out of here yourself. Don't implicate the Luo family." Ah, hearing such a cold tone, the False Heaven Squad leader was startled and hurriedly said, "My lord, I just can't stand Zi-Chen's behavior," and said a few words casually. "This Zi-Chen can't kill his way in because of this, and besides, the False Heaven Squad leader originally wanted to say that there was a great array, but when he saw his lord's increasingly indifferent and even murderous expression, he abruptly choked back his words." Ignoring the False Heaven Squad leader, the middle-aged man glanced at the golden dragon outside the array with a touch of fear in his eyes. In fact, the golden dragon wasn't that scary. As long as he activated the great array, he could crush it. What really frightened him was Zi-Chin outside. As a member of the upper echelon of the family, he naturally knew the purpose of Zi-Chen's visit and also knew that Zi-Chin had broken the family's legend. At this moment, on the city wall, he didn't dare to look Zi-Chen in the eye for fear that Zi-Chen would see through him. He could only wait quietly for the patriarch to appear. Zi-Chen's appearance was followed by cries of alarm, and the news quickly spread throughout Luobu City. The Luo family members who had retreated didn't know why the city had been completely sealed. Now that they had reconciled with the other races and the entire Luo family was cooperating in the search for Zi-Chen, they shouldn't have been so cautious. But as news of Zi-Chen's arrival spread, these people seemed to understand the reason for the city's lockdown. It was ironic that a powerful family that had existed for eons had chosen to seal themselves off completely after going up against Zi-Chen. But at the same time, one could see how powerful Zi-Chen was. Ever since Luo Yao returned from the first mainland and informed them of the results of the negotiations, the entire Luobu city had chosen to be completely sealed. At this moment, the highest standard meeting hall of the Luo family was already filled with people. But strangely, no one spoke. The atmosphere was very stifling. After a long silence, the patriarch Luo Meng spoke up. "Everyone, Luo Yao has returned in defeat. Based on Zi Chen's personality, this matter will not be easily resolved. What has everyone encountered? Luo Yao wasn't just a powerhouse in the family, his bloodline was also perfectly compatible with the family's forging. It was said that he was the most likely existence to reach the height of the Luo Bu ancestor. He was the Luo family's hope and was also the legend of the Luo family's forging arts. He was destined to go down in history. But in the battle with Zi Qin, 2 heaven-grade weapons had exploded and Luo Yao, who had luckily escaped, returned with heavy injuries. The Luo family's hope had been extinguished, and the legend of the forging arts had been shattered. The group of Heaven Realm elders looked at each other in dismay. This battle had really been a case of trying to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. While suffering heavy losses, they still had to worry about Zi Qin coming to cause trouble. Logically speaking, as an ancient, aristocratic family with a long history of inheritance, everyone in the family should be proud and arrogant. However, their opponent this time was Zi Qin, who was known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. They could not be arrogant at all. If it wasn't for the great temptation offered by Ji Wei, they wouldn't have dared to provoke Zi Qin. Moreover, as a former overlord, the Luo family naturally knew that after Luo Yao's defeat, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance had also made a move and suffered heavy losses. If Zi Chun really comes, we might be able to try the ultimate killing formation, a young elder said in the silent atmosphere. As soon as he said this, the other elders looked up at him with astonishment. Luo Chue, are you crazy? Activating the ultimate killing formation would mean completely falling out with Zi Qin. Luo Meng was also a little dumbfounded. Isn't it recorded in the ancient books that our family's formation can trap a saint? That's just a record, but it's never been proven. If we do this, we'll be sacrificing the lives of all the Luo family to test the power of this formation. Of course there's a risk, but I believe in the power of this formation. If it really traps Zi Qin, we'll have profited greatly. If it can't trap him, the Luo family will be completely finished. Looking at Luo Chue, Luo Meng said snappily, "Don't expect the other forces to help. Let me tell you, when the time comes, it'll be good if they don't help Zi Qin destroy us." Naturally, no one agreed with this question. All the elders shook their heads. Putting aside the benefits, it was obviously not worth it to sacrifice an ancient family just to test the power of the formation. Although Zi Qin wasn't a saint, he wasn't an ordinary Heaven Realm expert either. If Zi Chun really comes, then let's do as we originally said. Although it's a loss of reputation, it's still better than losing the entire family, an elder said. I'm just afraid that Zi Qin won't leave so easily. Just as everyone was discussing, a voice came from outside. Zi Qin had arrived. The expressions of the Heaven Realm elders all changed. While they were still discussing, the other side had already arrived. As expected, it was very fast. Let's go. Since the main character had arrived, there was no point in discussing further. Luo Meng led a group of elders out of the hall. Arriving at the city wall, Luo Meng saw the golden dragon outside the formation and Zi Qin outside. Looking at the cold expression of Zi Qin, Luo Meng couldn't help but sigh. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Back then, for the Universal Origin Cauldron, he had led the Heaven Realm experts to hunt down Zi Qin. Midway, he had almost fallen out with the Five Elements family because of a stinky monk. That was when Luo Meng and also when the Luo family had been the closest to the Universal Origin Cauldron in history. Unfortunately, Saint Rosefinch had protected Zi Qin at the crucial moment. Things had changed with the passage of time. The small fake Heaven Realm expert they had chased back then was now a threat to the entire Luo family. The Luo family had even sealed the city because of him. Zi Qin, the other races are looking for you. Why aren't you hiding? What are you doing here? Luo Meng asked as his gaze fell on Zi Qin outside. You should know why I'm here, said the golden dragon outside the formation. Zi Qin didn't come in. His voice couldn't penetrate the formation space. so he could only use the dragon's voice. Luo Meng looked confused. Zichen, what do you mean by this? A trace of impatience flashed in the dragon's eyes. Zichen said, cut the crap. If you want to protect Luobu City, hand over Luo Yao. Luo Yao? Why are you looking for Luo Yao? He hasn't returned from the first continent. Luo Meng's face showed a trace of astonishment. The golden dragon's cold dragon eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Zi Chen's mocking voice rang out. I didn't expect that the head of an aristocratic family of inheritance would learn to play the fool. If your ancestors knew, they would be very pleased.